Welcome, everybody, to the final day of this week of matches for Shoot for the Stars. I am Kobayashi, and I'm joined by Mariana, and we got a redemption bracket finals between the Gamecoccyx and Charger Blue. Real quick, before we get into this match, we want to thank everybody who has donated so far. We have raised $938 for Make-A-Wish, which is fantastic. But of course, we want to encourage you to keep sending in those donations. All of your lovely donations will be going to a great cause. And we also, of course, want to give a thanks to our sponsor, Skulls, for providing some wonderful gear in the forms of backpack, shirts, and more. So thank you, Skulls, for sponsoring this tournament. But Mariana, I gotta say, we have a possible good great match on our hands, as this, from what I believe, should be a rematch between these two teams.
Indeed, and Charger Blue has been on a tear through this redemption bracket so far. They've 3-0'd their past two opponents, and they are probably looking to do it again here against the members of the Gamecocks. But the Gamecocks aren't a team to be underestimated. They have been doing fairly well in the upper bracket until they unfortunately suffered a 3-0 loss to ETSU. And they are looking to get the run back after overcoming Charger Blue, but we shall see what happens.
Right. So of course, we will have ETSU sitting and waiting to see who their opponents will be in the grand finals match. But right now, just looking at the comps for either team, it looks like Charger Blue are going to be running a kind of a little bit more of a chaotic comp with a Wrecking Ball Tracer. And on the side of the Gamecocks, we have a very standard setup with the double shield and the Symmetra and Reaper here. So already, Gamecocks going to be setting up on the point, but Emerald already just poking at him from the back. And here comes the rest of Charger Blue setting themselves up on the point, but Emerald strikes first, and so does Sovereign, and now the Gamecocks have to do what they can to just either get out with their lives, but looks like the collapse is just too good from Charger Blue. However, as they say that, a couple picks going the way of Gamecocks, but looks like in the end, Emerald should secure the point for his team. Charger Blue going to be capping first.
Yeah, those are some really good picks coming through from the side of Ant. The Reaper, not usually a threat to the far, but in that case, Sovereign flying a bit too low to the ground. Probably didn't have enough fuel to get back up in the air as quickly, and so he gets taken out. But yes, Charge Blue does take first capture, and there's the barrage.
The barrage gets let go, but thankfully a nice immortality field from Agalok will keep his team in the fight, and My Oxygen does get Smart Axe, so this McCree is definitely putting in some work so far, but here comes the Gravitic Flux. Will it get a ton of value? But Crimson Ninja does take out Spaghetto. So far, it seems that the Gamecocks might be losing this fight, and they will. There's the flip. However,
but Ice Manta with the hammock, he just rolls into two members of the Gamecocks, knocks them into his minefield, and there's the instant flip back for Charger Blue.
I will say, after watching Ice Manta just be such a chaotic force as the Roadhog, like, it makes me see like just how good he is at just being a nuisance for his team. Another pulse bomb. This time it lands and finds a kill. Emerald finds My Oxygen, but right now Crimson Ninja's in trouble. He's getting collapsed upon, but the Charger Blue's Mercy gonna get a res off, but it may not matter in the end. The Gamecocks gonna be going in and already getting a flip. However, if you are Charger Blue, you only basically just have to win one last fight to at least get this first point.
And Enigma actually turned up huge, popping the rally, providing all that armor and sustain. He takes out, I believe, 2 to 3 members of Charger Blue and wins that fight for the side of the Gamecocks. So very well done from him. And Ant is just hiding right now. Oh, he has a Death Blossom, so he could release this at any time. The members of Charger Blue don't see him.
Well, they definitely see him now. Another minefield, but ENT does take out Smart Axe. Here comes the barrage, but immediately gets shut down. Looks like the ults from the side of the Gamecocks were better. And it is just Catanana that is left, but Spaghetto is just gonna throw a punch and take her out.
even though the supports from the side of the Gamecocks were eliminated, Myoxygen with a well-timed Deadeye, and that was the only ult that the Gamecocks had to use in that entire fight. So things are looking good for them. They still have quite a number of ults left in their bank.
Right now we do see Myoxygen is trying to get best Emerald, but the movement from this Tracer is quite good. Here's the Great Flux. It catches 4, but is there any follow-up? Not yet. Gamecocks is doing whatever they can to just stay alive. This could be the very last fight as the progress ticks up to 90%. But Gamecocks find the picks. ENT with this Reaper. He finds 3. Will he find any more? Myoxygen takes out Ice Manta. EN16 gets Sovereign, and the Gamecocks coming from behind and will get the first point.
Some great stuff coming through from the side of the Gamecocks, managing to turn that entire map of Night Market around. Great stuff coming through from Ent and Enigma, and just good stuff from everyone all around. But I think the standout members were the DPS and Enigma, especially on that Brigida. His Brigida his Brigida provided so much sustain with the rally, and there was just nothing that Charger Blue could do once the members of the Gamecocks managed to get a foothold on the point. However, Myoxygen is going to be swapping over to the Echo now, and Agalock to the Mercy, so we shall see what they're able to do on this composition against Charger Blue.
Right. Meanwhile, on the side of the Charger Blue, we do have a Sigma Roadhog setup, and if you were paying attention yesterday, Ice Manta's Roadhog is a thing to be feared. Ent is going to take out Emerald, and once again, we do see the Gamecocks just sitting on the point, getting an initial setup, and unfortunately, Charger Blue can't really go into contest. So once again, Gamecocks are going to be holding on to this point for now.
Yeah, you gotta favor the Echo in this aerial matchup because she just shoots a lot faster than the Pharah, and her bullets travel a lot quicker than the Pharah rockets. So you could imagine that she's gonna be able to out DPS the Pharah in this duel and just have more immediate value.
Right. We do see Emerald trying his best to just maybe hurt the backline. Myoxygen, however, is gonna take out the Pharah, and like you were saying, the Pharah, or the Echo, I should say, getting much more value here.
Yeah, all the sticky bombs from Myoxygen connecting onto the Pharah just blows her up immediately. And earlier, Ent actually manages to find a pick onto Ice Manta, and Ice Manta's gonna swap off that Roadhog, immediately gonna swap over to the Wrecking Ball.
Emerald drops very low, but just gonna recall. But Gamecocks just going to be committing a window. Both the Tracer and the McCree are going to trade, but Sovereign gets a pick. But Oxygen has a duplicate online and is going to be getting some picks with it.
That was a disgusting res from Agalock, and Katanado also reses Sovereign, the Pharah back in the fight, but the res from the side of the Gamecocks much more impactful, and they're still taking a percentage. It's 85% and going now for the side of the Gamecocks.
It might be too little, too late. Word Karsner has the grab online, and he can just take the members off the point, and a massive shatter coming out from Spaghetto lets it go, and it is just the Mercy and the Echo left on the point, but the Gravitic Flux might be not the Gravitic Flux, but the grab should just be the sealing deal here. However, Iceman is just going to do whatever he can, just going to be spinning on the point, finally gets the slam, and does better, but however, there's still too many members of the Gamecocks on the point. Spaghetto just going to take Smartaxe for a ride with the pin, and that should just be it. The Gamecocks will take Bijong Tower.
Yeah, that was honestly some really, really good play from the side of the Gamecocks. They just showed so much. Their coordination was just a lot better, and you could definitely see the amount of impact that My Oxygen had on this massive shatter. Just sealed the fates of the members of Charger Blue. Finding 4 people was absolutely massive from Spaghetto. Great awareness to see the opportunity to land that Earth Shatter, and just good stuff overall. Some things that Charger Blue need to work on, I feel, if they want to get the better of the Gamecocks, is they need to shut down their DPS. My Oxygen and Ent were constantly picking off members on both the McCree and the Echo, so they need to find a solution. Emerald 37X, he was doing quite well actually, even though he was losing the duels quite often. His Tracer was not half bad, all things considered. His Tracer got a lot of value on Night Market, and was this reason that they was one of the main reasons why they managed to get as much percentage as they did on that.
After a map number 1, it is now the Charger Blues pick. They definitely don't want a a run back of the last time these two teams faced off. The Gamecocks did end up knocking Charger Blue into the loser side, or excuse me, the redemption side, by taking a 3-0 victory. And Charger Blue are definitely going to pull, or at least going to try to pull out all the stops here to put themselves back into the winner's side and face off against their opponent that's waiting for them right now.
Yeah, and Jay Reddy is in the lobby, so that makes me think that we might see him sub in for one of the tank players on the side of the Gamecocks, probably for Spaghetto. And since Jay Reddy is, if Jay Reddy is subbed in, I'm thinking that he's probably going to be in because he gets to play some of his specialties. But no, we see Spaghetto being subbed out for Gleam. I haven't actually seen Gleam play before, so this will be an interesting experience. I wonder what kind of tank roles he's particularly, what tank characters he's gonna be he plays, because I haven't really seen too much out of him in this tournament.
Yeah, we do see Word Karsner seems to be the tried and true off-tank player, so I'm definitely curious to see what Gleam's hero pool is. And I'm speaking of which, I'm also curious to see what Charger Blue are going to pick. They're actually going to pick Dorado here for Go ahead.
Dorado is a very good map for dive, but also a very good map for double shield, especially on A. You can run double shield to pretty decent effectiveness. The Sigma Orisa being a very strong, since they could basically keep the enemy from range, and just the number of shields just make it really hard for any kind of damage to go through.
Right.
But dive is also very good here because of all the high ground that is available. So we might see some snipers with the dive. Widowmaker is a good choice, but so is the Ashe, and so is the Hanzo. We saw some really good stuff coming through from Word Karsner's Hanzo, actually, earlier on during that 5-map series, if you recall. Oh, wait, no, I was mistaken. That's a completely different team, but that was Pog Champions versus UGA Red. But as you can, but if you remember that match, Hanzo was used to great effect, and Hanzo can be really good here. Hanzo can be really good here on Dorado, so maybe we'll see some Hanzo. Wrecking Ball is also not bad here. Given the amount of open space and just the amount of spots he can grapple to. But yeah, I'm interested to see what kind of compositions both teams are going to decide to run.
Right, and I definitely do want to see Charger Blue make the necessary adjustments here and hopefully tie up the series. I definitely want to. If this is going to be redemption finals, I want it to be a slugfest. I want it to go back and forth. So hopefully Charger Blue can take what they've learned from the last map. It is a different game mode, of course, but just keeping like you were saying in uh, the DPS from the Gamecocks in the forms of My Oxygen and in check, and also just being a little bit more coordinated in their defense and also their attack. And we're just about to jump into the map, but any standout players right now on the side of Charger Blue?
Yeah, there are some really good players on the side of Charger Blue. If what you say about Ice Manta is true, then he is definitely a player to keep an eye on. Unfortunately, he has been relatively quiet, at least on Lishong Tower, so maybe he just needs a map or two to warm up and get back into that competitive zone, so to speak. But so far, I've been really impressed by Emerald because his tracer was pretty good. He was causing a little bit of trouble for Ant on the hit scan, and he's just been having a lot of impact for Charger Blue. He's one of the reasons why Charger Blue did so well on Night Market in the first place.
Right. And here we go. We're loading in now onto Dorado. It's definitely the first 2 points. There's a lot of high ground to control, of course. But for point A, I want to highlight this underpass or this bridge area right here. This is where a lot of teams on the defense can hold the attackers, because it is such a hard choke to really push through. But if the attackers can manage to get it past this this archway, then the rest of their attack should be much smoother. But of course, the Gamecocks or Charger Blue want to do everything they can to make sure that the Gamecocks get as little progress as possible.
Yeah, and as we look at the compositions, My Oxygen gonna indeed be running that Hanzo on the attack, and Ent's gonna be on the Echo, whilst Charger Blue gonna be running the Pig Suite composition with the Ash Genji.
So of course, Sovereign's Ash should be a good answer to Ent's Echo, but My Oxygen. We talked about the Hanzo, and already it's showing up strong here. Katanana has to burn the res to get the Ash back in the fight, but Crimson Ninja is going to take out My Oxygen. So here we go. Can the Gamecocks push through this underpass area? Still 3 minutes left in the game, but it can burn pretty quickly if the defense holds. But Enigma takes out the Stigma from Charger Blue. And this might be what the Gamecocks needed to start to push forward. Word cards are going to take out Smart Axe, so surely this should be where the Gamecocks are going to just push on forward and probably cap A fairly soon.
Yeah, that was just a very dominant engagement for the side of the Gamecocks, and that super fast window from Enigma kind of just sealed that fight for them. He managed to get that window extremely quickly, and he burned down the Sigma, which meant there was no shield on the side of Charger Blue. That being said, though, Charger Blue does have 6 ultimate.
Yeah, we did see Word Karsner commit the whole hog just to make sure that the point was guaranteed. Oh, but Smart Axe is going to go down, so a lot of healing. Lazio gets 2, finds 3. So, Lazio's Hanzo is going completely ham right now. And
yeah, those are some insane shots coming through from My Oxygen. Just, even though they weren't headshots, they were shots nonetheless. And finding 3 members of Charger Blue gonna be really good on the side of the Gamecocks. They only committed the Dragon Strike to that, and Charger Blue, they can't even use their ultimates.
Yep. Even though they have all 6 ultimates, Gamecocks are getting so much progress on this point. They are going to commit the Nano Blade, but Word Karsner with a quick hook is just going to shut down just Emerald's Blade. But here comes the Bob from Sovereign. Will it find anything? But no, it seems that despite all the ultimates that are being committed, Charge of Blue can't do anything. The Gamecocks are just going to have B with no problems so far.
Yeah, the Sigma ult, both Sigma ults were committed at the exact same time, but Gleam's Flux was significantly better. He managed to find more members, and there was also a shield in his place, so there wasn't much follow-up damage that Charge of Blue could really do off of Crimson Ninja's Flux.
Oxygen, just finding, he's managed to find these arrows. That's a good hook from Word Karsner. Is going to take out Sovereign's Echo. Here is the Dragon Strike just to separate Crimson Ninja away from his team. And this might be the last fight here for the defense, unless they could get the picks they need. Word Karsner goes below half, but thankfully will have the breather just to keep himself alive. But oh, no one's touching the point. Oh no!
That whole hog was a mistake. The whole hog just pushed the members of the Gamecocks towards the payload, and that was exactly what they wanted.
Oh,
So
no.
a bit of an ult misplay there coming through from Ice Manta's Roadhog, unfortunately, just assisting the enemy team by pushing them towards the objective. And I don't think that payload stopped even once. Actually, no, it did stop once in the middle of A, but other than that, it was fairly uncontested.
Just the Gamecocks just did a phenomenal job on their attack. That it almost felt that like I mean, don't want to discredit anyone on the side of Charge of Blue. They're showing their best right now, but the defense was almost non-existent. But they still have an attack round, so perhaps they could do they can have a similar time bank on their run here. But we do see a similar comp coming up from the Gamecocks as far as defense, so they are going to be favoring this Sigma Roadhog.
But with a Soldier 76 instead of a
Yeah,
Hondo, which is very interesting.
right. So maybe they're just anticipating Sovereign's Echo here, but Ice Manta is just going to get taken down with the hook from Word Karsner, and Enigma just getting some last shots in there. Emerald's right now looking for any pick, and there it is! That's a beautiful opening pick, and that should buy his team a ton of space. My Oxygen right now is separate from the team, but Emerald takes out Avalok, so no res from the Mercy. And Enigma has to use the lamp just to keep anyone alive. But Charge of Blue, so far so good, but Gleam takes out Ice Manta. And my Oxygen takes out the Crimson Ninja, so both tanks on the side of Charge of Blue are down, but Emerald, he managed to find another shot onto my Oxygen. However, it looks like the Gamecocks are going to stabilize right here.
Yeah, Emerald just trying to do his best to carry the rest of his team, kicking and screaming to possibly complete Dorado. He already has the Emphasize, pops it immediately. But just look at the ultimates that are going to be online for the side of the Gamecocks. They're going to have a Tac Visor, a Window, a Whole Hog, and a Flux.
Ice Manta does take out my Oxygen, but it is a 2-for-1 trade, which you take that trade any day of the week. Smart Axe and Katanana do have both of their support ults online, and Crimson Ninja will build the Gravitic Flux fairly soon. I'm also curious to see what character Sovereign decides to duplicate here. But however, on the side of the Gamecocks, you do have 4, possibly 5 ultimates online themselves, and super close to building up his
Oh no.
duplicate.
Emerald's currently on a really wild flank, but as that's going on, my Oxygen just finds 2 with attack visor.
Yep, it is just Crimson Ninja left for this team, and Emerald, yeah, like you're saying, he's going on a wild flank, but is eventually going to go down to Mercy. And you know, we've been saying, like, this has been the tail of the tape in their defense. Charger Blue builds up all these ultimates, but they just can't get anything going with them. The Gamecocks use their ultimates much more effectively. And oh my gosh, Sovereign drops so low! Is gonna get out of there, but Word Cars are gonna take out Crimson Ninja, and this is possibly the last fight for Charger Blue. They have to get something going here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if there's any opportunity for Charger Blue to go in, it is now, but even with all those ultimates, it doesn't look like they'll be able to get too much. There's attack visor from My Oxygen just to zone the rest of the members out. Manages to find Katanana towards the tail end of the ult, and with 17 seconds left, you really gotta favor the Gamecocks here, as I don't think this Pale is gonna budge anywhere near the end of point A.
ENT and Sovereign, they're just gonna trade themselves, but can anyone on the side of Charger Blue even touch the point? Looks like there's a touch. Crimson Ninja does take out Word Karsner, so that is a great opening pick. Crimson Ninja does receive the Nano Boost, and the Nano Sigma can be very deadly, but is solo Ice Manta, however, is going to take out Agalok. However, here comes the rest of the Gamecocks. The duplicate is online for Word Karsner, but Emerald on the Tracer, still going to be, that's going to be felt, but in the end, the defense will hold, and the Gamecocks are going to put themselves up 2-0, and just one map away from the run back in winner's side.
Yeah, that was again, that was entirely that was mostly one-sided in favor of the Gamecocks. Some really great stuff coming through from Emerald. He was by far the standout player once again, and it's just unfortunate that it looks like Charger Blue are just being outclassed in so many aspects. Enigma just showed a significantly better Batiste than Smartaxe, and especially no one even looked twice at My Oxygen. He was fairly uncontested throughout that entire map. On the Hanzo, on the Soldier, no one even gave him a second thought. They were too busy trying to melt the shields and the tanks on the side of the Gamecocks, and that ended up biting Charger Blue.
Yeah, so potentially the last map here in this series. Again, the Charger Blue has the potential, but the Gamecocks right now are just putting on such a performance that Charger Blue can't really get anything really started. So hopefully, they will finally be able to get the momentum started. And it looks like right now we might be seeing King's Row here, which honestly I would love to see. I mean, King's Row is a community favorite, and we'll be also getting the winter variant. So we'll be continuing to spread that holiday cheer.
Indeed, we are, and since it is King's Row, you gotta definitely favor some of the more brawl-based compositions here. The Reinhardt and the Zarya are gonna be very good compositions here on King's Row, especially in end point A and point B. and perhaps even towards point C. Ryan Zarya is just very, very good throughout the entirety of King's Row. However, you can also we're maybe gonna see some variation of dive at some point. Uh, dive not as good as the Ryan Zarya, but it can still be used to great effect. We have seen it before, and it looks like Jay Reddy finally gonna step in place of Gleam, who had a very good showing earlier. Good stuff from Gleam. His Sigma, especially, was amazing. His Sigma was really good, and with Jay Reddy in, you gotta expect him to possibly be running the Wrecking Ball or the Reinhardt.
Right. And honestly, if you're gonna close out, I mean, yeah, why not? On Kings Row, run that Ryan Zara. It's such a bread and butter um, composition here. The Reinhardt, just using his massive shield to just control the choke points, and the Zara, able to build so much energy from the Reinhardt, just going aggressive. So this is it. This is it for Charger Blue. They need to win this map, or it's all over for them. So I really do hope we do get a longer series, and that Charger Blue can at least bring us to a 2-1 map score.
Charge Blue needs to step up uh, entirely as a team. Emerald has been one of the only notable members that has been able to find that has had some very consistent pop-up moments. So I want to see the rest of Charger Blue put on the same level of performance as Emerald. Sovereign had some good pickoffs here and there, but the positioning of the supports, especially Katanana and Smartaxe, they just kept getting picked off, and yeah, it hurt them a lot in the long run. So gotta see some better positioning from the supports, and even though you heaped a lot of praise onto Ice Manta, he hasn't really done all that much, all things considered. So hopefully he gets back into the swing of things, because I want to see some of that sick Roadhog play that you were talking about.
Right, and I mean, it could just be a disparity of opponents. Obviously, right, what we're seeing from the Gamecocks they're on a completely different level than their last opponent. So perhaps it could be, just the skill between these two teams. However, again, like Charger Blue has the potential to certainly play the Gamecocks. And if Sovereign gets picks like that, and Ice Manta gets Enigma, so there we go. This Roadhog is just going to be controlling the hotel and using those hooks to maximum efficiency.
Yeah, this pincer style setup that that Charger Blue have, I think are going to be favoring them really well. But J Ready is on his patented Wrecking Ball, just pile drives and looking for some displacement opportunities.
He's going to be sitting on the point, but Crimson Ninja takes out Ward Karsner. Some trades coming out. Ice Manta does miss the hook, but he should stay alive. Although my Oxygen's Diva with the micro missiles will do enough damage. My Oxygen is actually going nuts right now on this Diva. 3 picks for him so far, and it's just Katanana left the last one alive. Emerald does take out Enigma with a Pulse Bomb, but that is going to do it for defense. Some great stuff coming out from Charger Blue to at least get a minute off of the Gamecocks' time, but regardless, Gamecocks is still going to charge forward. Oh my goodness, Jay Reddy taunting Ice Manta, just staying out of the hook range. So you can tell that he understands the distance that he needs to play at to stay safe.
However, as soon as you said that, he does get hooked in and gets immediately blown up by the Roadhog Sigma. But there is the nuke. Only managed to take out the Immortality field. But Yeah, look, the Gamecocks fairly uncontested right now.
You know, they used to be taking so much space right now. We do see Emerald just trying his damnedest to just to contest the cart. The whole hog from the Echo is committed, and Enigma is going to take out Smartaxe. Sovereign immediately
Oh, no.
gets the trade, but Jay Ready uh, feeling his presence known on this Wrecking Ball. Sovereign does have the Bob online, and actually right now, possibly all 6 ultimates are going to be coming up online for the members of Charger Blue. It's literally just a question of whether or not they press Q. Bob already in. Emerald's going to take out my oxygen. The Bob is going to go down, but there's a minefield on the point. Oh my goodness, the area denial. It's going to make it so hard for Charger Blue to fight this, and they're just going to back away as Iceman just, oh no, poor Iceman. His Roadhog is getting read like a book right now.
Yeah, he's getting isolated and displaced by J Ready's Wrecking Ball, and that's been causing him a lot of problems. He's not been able to find as many opportunities, and he's essentially being treated as an ult battery right now. So it's just some more great stuff coming through from the side of the Gamecocks, just showing great mastery over this Ball Diva dive composition.
Here comes Crimson Ninja's Flux, but the immediate Transcendence. However, Crimson Ninja, he doesn't care if there's a Transcendence. He's gonna kill you. He still finds 2 picks, and Iceman gets some revenge, and finally lets the whole hog go. So perhaps for the first time since point A, Charger Blue are finally going to get their defense rolling here.
That with Transcendence was a bit weird coming through from Enigma. The Flux from Crimson Ninja was extremely good, and he aimed it towards the high ground where the Transcendence would not be able to reach the members of the Gamecocks. So great stuff coming through from him. He's finally
good from Iceman. There we go. Now he's actually getting started.
Yeah, good stuff coming through from Charger Blue. Charger Blue is finally coming alive.
Hold on. We do see a pause as J Ready has DC'd from the server. So right now, finally we get a pause. But so I do like what I'm seeing right now from Charger Blue. They're finally being able to start their defense, and shave off more time off the time bank. Looks like J Ready has rejoined the game, so this pause shouldn't last much longer. But even still, like Gamecocks are still at a massive advantage with 3 minutes and 13 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and Ant has just duplicated the Sigma from Crimson Ninja, so it's just a question of whether Ant will be able to build up that flux in time. And Word Cards also has that Pulse Bomb, so there are some ultimates on the side of the Gamecocks, but Smartaxe does have the window. Crimson Ninja going to be working up to its own flux. Sovereign going to have the Bob, and that's about it for the ultimates from the side of Charger Blue, but you really got to be favoring the side of Charger Blue in this case, since they will be coming up on more ultimates quicker.
Right. We did see Enigma's Transcendence committed in that last engagement, in that last big engagement. However, he's already at 52%, so that's just this goes to show how good he is on this. But the well, we said that the duplicated Echo was there, but it didn't really last long. So unfortunately, not going to get as much value as he had hoped. The Underlock is actually going to commit the Valkyrie here, and gets out Catanana. And right now, poor Sovereign's getting bullied by the tanks. Ice Manta lands a hook. There's a Flux, but doesn't find anything. Emerald's going to take out a Word Karsner, and this Tracer is going to try his best. Oh my god! Just decides to just yeet it out there. and somehow finds the Echo. It's gonna get res, but the damage has already been done. Emerald's gonna take out Agalok as a final pick before the rest of the Gamecocks retreat, but
Yeah, Emerald is just running wild on this Tracer, as we've seen on previous maps. This Tracer providing some insane value to the rest of his team, and he just knows the positioning, where to be at all times. And Sovereign finds a pick onto Enigma though.
Agalok is gonna get the res off, but oh, the rock actually stops it right as the animation was wrapping up. But this is exactly what Charger Blue needed to do to get started. They needed to set up this crossfire. The damage, the burst damage coming out from the pulse bomb will make sure that Ice Manta will go down. But here comes the Bob, just gonna buy a little bit more time, but almost immediately gets blasted apart. Myzogen's mech will go down, but even still, Gamecock still have quite a few members.
That was an absolutely ginormous flux from Ent on the duplicated Sigma. He's almost at another one, but no, his duplicate runs out.
Oh, and this minefield here from J Ready is going to be so dangerous. No one from the side of Charger Blue can really touch the point without running into one of those mines, as we just saw from Ice Manta. And Gamecocks are going to cap all 3 points. However, big props to Charger Blue. They shaved off so much time on their defense once they finally got started. So hopefully this is a sign of better things to come.
Yeah, some really good stuff coming through from Charger Blue there. Their defense actually managing to stabilize on point C. So that was just some good stuff coming through from all the members, especially the tanks and DPS. They're finally lighting up the kill feed, and even SmartX getting a few picks here and there on the Batiste. So Charger Blue looks like they're finally coming alive here and look to be putting up a pretty decent fight against the members of the Gamecocks.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I kind of saw this yesterday when Charger Blue won their match, but we might be seeing a teleporting Bastion strat here.
And this is one of the biggest problems that the Gamecocks had to deal with in their series against ETSU. ETSU did the same strategy, teleporting the Bastion to the top of the Mandata statue and just putting a Sigma shield in front of them, so that stops any incoming damage from going to the Bastion.
And actually right now, for the side of the Gamecocks, there's actually really no one to really nail this Bastion. Like, he's gonna set up the shield, and you see already, J Ready is gonna go down, as well as End. And Enigma does eventually take out the Bastion, but it's just gonna get res immediately from Catanana, and is just gonna go right back to work, just raining hellfire upon the members of the Gamecocks. And Emerald.
We've seen this composition be a huge thorn in the sides of the Gamecocks. This is the composition that absolutely steamrolled them on Kings Row when they played against ETSU. So we'll just have to see if they learn their lesson and can adapt to this pirate ship composition.
Right.
Of
course, the important thing here is if you are the defense, is whether or not you can stop it, because the thing about the pirate ship comp, well, it is very strong. Once you shut it down, it's very hard to get it set back up again. So if they can win just one fight, that could be all they need. But Jiren is gonna take himself out, and Emerald, with the Bastion ultimate, is gonna find 2 picks here. So it doesn't seem like this pirate ship comp has any signs of slowing down so far.
Yeah, Gamecocks just look lost, and they don't have any ultimates. They committed almost all of their ults to try and stop that Bastion at the beginning of point B. And going into time C, this is going to be a massive time back on the side of Charger Blue.
Nice flux coming out from Crimson Ninja, and again, it doesn't seem that this pirate ship has any signs of slowing down. Katanana gonna get a nice res, but however, my oxygen is back on the Roadhog, and so far he's tearing his members apart. It is just Emerald and SmartAxe left on the point. SmartAxe is gonna take out the Mercy. It is just the Bat versus the Echo, but for the most part, this should favor the Echo. And finally, Gamecocks' defense will hold. So this is what I've been talking about. Now that they've shut down the pirate ship, how will Charger Blue get it going again?
They do have the ultimates on the side of Charger Blue. They have the Photon Barrier and Tank Mode, along with both of their support ults. So you're probably gonna try and use the Photon Barrier to split the members of the Gamecocks apart and just use the Photon Barrier to allow the Bastion to just rain Hellfire from a safe position. However, Word Cardinal is on the flank.
Yep, they do know exactly where it is, and Ice Manta falling down. However, the trades are coming in. Emerald's Bastion tears even more of the members of Gamecocks apart, and my oxygen shouldn't be long for this world. It should surely be about time for Charger Blue to secure point B, and Crimson Ninja Sigma, not to be outdone, he's going to find a couple picks and get his team over the line. So now 4 minutes heading into C. Charger Blue should be feeling really good about themselves right now.
I completely agree, and the Gamecocks, they're trying every single play they have in their book. Bastion actually manages to hook the Bastion from the high ground, but the whole hog just pushes him back to the rest of his team.
Another nice hook though. That could be all they need. I did like what Ice Man tried to do there. He tried to get the two fluxes go off at the same time. No one gets picked off, but the damage is certainly felt. However, Sovereign's Symmetra is charged up, and the beam does so much damage. Iceman are gonna get the slam kill onto Enigma.
Ooh. Yeah, that minefield just cleans up the rest of the team. Iceman swapping over from the Reinhardt to this Wrecking Ball. Actually gets the minefield very quickly. And yeah, Charger Blue doesn't look like they're gonna want to stop this push anytime soon.
Right,
with the tank mode being popped.
Yeah. Another teleporter set up. They're just gonna set up this beautiful crossfire. Word Karsner, however, gonna find a pick on Alonzo. And once again, it looks like this should be where the cart will stop momentarily.
Yeah, J Ready gonna swap off the Sigma back to his own Wrecking Ball. And look at the ultimates on the side of the Gamecocks. Word Cards, the fresh Hanzo already has the Dragon Strike. Emerald gonna finally swap off the Bastion, going to the Tracer instead. And
yeah, this is...
As for ults on the side of Charger Blue, they're gonna have the Window, they're gonna have the Flux and another Minefield, but that's all they really have.
Right. We do see 3 ultimates for the Gamecocks themselves. They will have a Dragon Strike, Whole Hog, and a Window. A nice lamp just to make sure that everyone stays nice and healthy. And a Whole Hog also committed from my oxygen. Right. But Crimson Ninja, despite all the damage that's coming in, is still going to find Agaloc's Mercy. However, the duplicate here coming out from ENT actually manages to build up a bomb, but the duplicate is finally going to go down, and Iceman does find a pick with the minefield. That's now gonna run res by, but the dragon from Word Karsner takes out both supports. So far, the Gamecocks are stabilizing, and this spells trouble for Charger Blue.
Yeah, we are seeing same problems cropping up again, where they have ultimates, but they aren't able to get the picks off of said ultimates, and they just lose the fight. Great Dragon Strike from Word Cards are managing to catch both supports. No healing going to be on the side of Charger Blue, but this is coming down to potentially the last fight territory.
Right. So, with this defense, at the very least, Gamecocks are going to ensure that they have a better time effect. Ice Manta is going to take out ENT. A desperate swap onto the Sombra, but I like this. The hacks can be so crucial. Ice Manta already going to be using another minefield. This is so dangerous. What can they really do here if you're the Gamecocks? And finally they get the cap. So Charger Blue down but not out.
Yeah, they are beaten and bloody, but they're not out of the fight just yet. Looks like it's gonna be they're gonna be attacking again, and honestly, we might just see the same pirate ship comp from them as you've seen previously. But now that the Gamecocks have seen it once, what kind of strategy we're gonna have to wonder what kind of strategy they're gonna employ to try and counter this teleporting bastion strat that gave them so much trouble before.
We're just gonna have to see. Maybe they run their own kind of cheeky comp. But I do like this. The Hanzo for just provides a little bit more shield break, as well as long range damage, as well as the Echo with the sticky bombs and the focusing beam. It's also going to do some major damage.
Yeah, the main goal of this team composition is just to break shields. They want to just melt that Sigma shield as fast as possible.
Mhm.
And yeah, this composition is meant to do that with the Roadhog, the Hanzo, the Echo, even the Batiste that provides so much shield break. So,
Right.
good. This is potentially a counter composition coming through from the side of the Gamecocks.
Right. Also, Maestro is going to do his absolute damnedest to make sure he hooks the Bastion off the statue, but despite not getting the hook on the Bastion, still managed to find a crucial pick. And already my Oxygen's Roadhog is being such a nuisance right now from Charger Blue. It's already last fight for them.
Yeah, that the flanking Echo just damage boosted sticky bombs just melts the Bastion immediately. As with the rest of the Gamecocks there was not good position for Cat and Anna to res him. So it's a bit odd that they're still sticking to this teleporting Bastion strat, even though it's last fight territory.
This is it. They have to make something going. Alright, that's a good pick to start. But Smart Axe does go down the res cut from Agala. And Enigma 2 picks with this Baptiste. 3 picks. 4! Oh my goodness. The changes, man. The BAP changes. He may do less healing, but he does more damage. And you saw that right then and there. Enigma with 4 picks. With the Baptiste, bloodthirsty support in the lobby.
He didn't even have the window up. He was still building up towards his ultimate. That was just pure, just mechanical skill. He just shot all those. He clicked the heads of all the members of Charger Blue, and great stuff coming through from Enigma. He has been he has flown under the radar for most of the series, but when he pops off, he just makes his presence known.
Right. So, if you are the Gamecocks, this is it. This is like it is drawable. I will put an asterisk there. This map is still drawable. However, after getting your offense shut down like that, especially when it worked so well for you the first time, that has got to be that's gotta hurt. So now it is just up to their defense really to hope to at least draw the map.
Yeah, and as you see, if you take a look at the compositions, they are going to be running the Rein Zarya with the Reaper Hanzo and Lucio Ana. Whilst on the side of Charger Blue, you're just going to see Pig's Feet with the McCree Sombra. And the Gamecocks are just gonna charge towards the point, but it looks like Charger Blue was ready for them.
Right. Very nicely done from Charger Blue. This Sombra can actually be quite good, especially when it comes to just hacking targets and just being a backline nuisance.
Yeah, Sovereign's gonna have to try and build up a fast EMP or at least get some really crucial hacks off. He already did that and won them the previous fight, so it's time to see if he can do this for the next possibly 2 fights.
Yeah, it looks like right now they just want to make sure they contest this high ground, but Word Carter still goes down to Emerald. Emerald's McCree is doing so good right now, but Ant finds Ice Manta. But again, Emerald, he is going to do everything in his power to just make sure that his team wins the fight. A nice hack coming out from Sovereign, and they might actually do it. They might get the draw. A nice hook coming out from Ice Manta. The Deadeye popped just to zone the members of the Gamecocks out. There's the Flux. Thankfully, ENT is gonna have the Death Blossom built up, but hold on, the Reaper might be all they need to push over the line. Smartaxe is gonna take out ENT. And EMP finally comes out. Emerald takes out Workhauser. Emerald takes out my oxygen. Can he find more of the window? Doing so much to help him. And off of the window and the mechanical skill from Emerald, they get the draw. And Charger Blue stay alive in this series.
Like I said before, they are beaten and bloodied, but they're not out of the fight yet. Good stuff from Charger Blue. The Emerald on this McCree showing incredible skill, but it was all off the back of Sovereign's EMP. Without this EMP, it would have been a lot harder for Emerald to find the picks that he did. And that was just some great stuff coming through from the side of Charger Blue.
Right. I'm actually curious to see whether or not they actually do continue to run this Sombra. I mean, when left unchecked, Sombra can be a very, very strong hero. Just the ability to cancel out abilities can be so massive. An EMP in most cases can be a game-winning ultimate when used effectively. So I'm wondering, going into next map, which at this point I believe should be the Gamecocks' choice. I'm wondering if they will continue to favor this Sombra.
Yeah, it has been proving to be very effective for the side of Charger Blue, and the Gamecocks, they did finally manage to adapt to the teleporting bastion strat, and props to them on that end. And even though Ant nearly won them that fight, and they off of the back of that incredible Death Blossom and the pick onto Ice Manta's Roadhog, the Gamecocks, unfortunately, they weren't able to sustain and they weren't able to win the fight in the end. So it is finally their map pick, and we're this is going to be interesting. The Gamecocks are have the map choice here.
Mm-hmm. Keep in mind though, it will be a 2 CP map. That is the last map in the pool before we just move onto control. I believe will just be the remaining maps. But regardless, Charger, even though they didn't get the map win, just to be able to just stay alive in this series can be all the Charger Blue need to start building up their confidence and know that, hey, we can do this. We can possibly come back here. And I will say, while we do have to commend Emerald for getting so many picks, we do have to credit the rest of Charger Blue for making some adaptations.
Yeah,
their
I agree.
and coming up with comps that Gamecocks aren't very good at dealing with.
Yeah, I completely agree. Ice Manta and Crimson Ninja stepped up massively from the previous two maps. They finally look like they've come into their own. They're finally able to go toe to toe with the likes of J Ready and Bioxygen.
Mhm.
So, and Sovereign, he was very impactful in that series, especially on the Sombra. He just kept finding all these crucial hacks on the tanks. He had very he had a lot of huge EMPs that managed to turn fights around. So Charger Blue, not out of the woods just yet though. They still have to get a point on the board since they're still technically 2-0 and Gamecocks are still at match point.
Correct, correct. But while we wait for the map choice, I do want to give an update to our donations. So actually, with all the donations that have come in recently throughout this series, we have actually raised over $1,000. We're now sitting at $1,003. So thank you so much. This is a massive stepping stone in our tournament as far as donation and money raised for Make a Wish. So thank you guys so much for reaching this goal.
Yeah, the huge ups to you guys. Big ups to you guys for giving this tournament all the support that it needs. Know that every single dollar you donate here won't go to waste. It's all going to a good cause. And it looks like we're going to Volskaya Industries.
This is very interesting because I will mention right now on broadcast that the teleporter bashing strat is still completely viable, especially since Charger Blue is actually going to be starting on the defense. It is completely viable. You can just set up the bastion in the back, um, on the opposite buildings that overlook the point, and what we might see the Gamecocks once again just fail to adapt to it, but we don't know. Keep in mind this is the map choice, so we'll have to see. Maybe we don't even see the teleporting bastion. Maybe we see Sovereign running the Sombra again, but we'll just have to see.
Indeed, and the Gamecocks, even if Charger Blue do run the teleporting bastion, the Gamecocks do have a composition prepared now. They experimented and found that the Hanzo Echo Pig's Feet composition actually works really well against the double shield teleporting bastion. So that is a potential answer, but given that it is Volskaya and there's just a lot more open space, there aren't as many tight corridors to hide from the sight lines of the bastion. So they just have to be very careful if they do run that Pig's Feet Hanzo Echo composition, since there's a lot more open space, and a lot more open space means more opportunities for the bastion to rain bullets and hellfire down onto the members of the Gamecocks.
Mm-hmm. One important thing I do also want to see from Charger Blue is where they not only where they set up, but also the area in which they control. Typically for Volskaya, you want to control. If you're from the defender's perspective, you want to control this left building that houses this mega pack here. If you can control that, you can buy your team some crucial time to gather up, and even though the offense might take some percentage, it at least allows you to kind of get all your ducks in a row before you decide to re-engage them. And actually, we're not going to see a teleporting bastion. We're going to be seeing the Sombra once again from Sovereign.
Yeah, his Sombra has been very good this series, and Emerald could be running that McCree again. His McCree has been very good so far, so I'm expecting some more greatness. But on the side of the Gamecocks, we'll be seeing the ball dive composition with the Tracer Ash.
However, I will say the Sombra is actually on her own can be a massive counter pick. Just hacking the ball means that the ball can't really do what he wants, which is just roll around, be a nuisance. My Oxygen is gonna get hacked right now, and Word Karsner actually has to recall after taking all that damage. Nice hook from Ice Manta. A lot of damage already being poured onto my Oxygen, and his mech goes down. So a big linchpin for the members of Gamecocks down, but regardless, they're still finding these picks.
Yeah, and with the massive pick onto the Mercy, however, he does go down after he gets hooked in by Ice Manta, and the follow-up from Crimson Ninja enough to kill him off. But Word Karsner.
Yeah. Word Karsner's Tracer is doing great, and actually, I want to just, it was a minor play, but it's still a massive one nonetheless. Smart Axe did have his lamp ready to go in order to keep his team further in the fight. The health pack was, the mega pack was also hacked as well. However, a nice bash coming in from Enigma just makes sure that he wasn't able to do that.
Yeah,
So,
that
awareness
delay, the delay prevention from that Brigitte is absolutely massive, and the Bob comes out from end, just trying to turn the members of Charger Blue's focus back to the point. The nuke comes out, and the high noon in response for Emerald.
A lot of ults being popped on either side. Oh, but Crimson Ninja couldn't find anything with the flux, and no one's on the point!
The minefield from J Ready just provides just zones the members off the point, and that's a huge misplay coming through from the side of Charged Blue. There should have been at least one person to step on the point.
I kind of wanted it, and the fact is, like, sure, like, you know, minefield is very hard to deal with. They actually did have someone to at least maybe take out some of those mines in the form of Sigma. Yes, you do sacrifice your shield, but just buying space for your team in that chaotic fight might have been might have bought you even more time, or at the very least, you know, some space for your team to at least set up on without having to deal with the mines.
Yeah, that was a huge miss, like, coming through from the side of Charger Blue. Doesn't look like it. Just looked like the members were too scared to touch the point because the rally was up from the side of Enigma. He was just providing so much armor to the rest of his team, and with that armor, you couldn't really do any damage to the members of the Gamecocks. So,
Right.
but now on the defense, Workhorse are going to be pulling out the Torbjorn.
This is good. I really like this pick. Not only because myself, I play Torbjorn sometimes, but the Torbjorn's turret actually on its own can counter the Sombra. Sombra tries to go for a hack. The turret just shoots her and interrupts it. And actually, Word Karsner is gonna be taking out Emerald's Tracer. So. Really good pick, but here comes the res. The res does come out, but my Oxygen takes out Smart Axe. So I'm not sure if in the end the res was necessarily worth it.
Yeah, it was a life for a life, and in my opinion, a support's life is so much more valuable, especially when you're just resing a Tracer, since that Tracer can just come back very quickly on her own. So yeah, not a very good res on the side of Smart Axe, and Sovereign gonna swap off the Sombra, gonna go to the Ash, and Ice Panther gonna swap onto the Roadhog as well.
This is better. Yeah, no, I'm glad they decided not to stay on this double kind of flanker DPS composition because it was more than likely going to get shut down. Mostly likely just because of the Torbjorn. Iceman does take out Enigma, and finds his opposite in Sovereign. However, Charger Blue are going to be taking some position here, but Crimson Ninja is going to go down, and the flux from J Ready ensures that Gamecocks are going to be winning that fight.
Yeah, Emerald gonna be swapping over to the Widowmaker as well, so you can tell that the members of Charger Blue are just they're being thrown in for a loop by this Torbjorn. They just don't know how to counter it, and the members are playing very split right now. They aren't grouping up, and now that Workhorser has the Molten Core to split them up again, or even for point control, things are looking very much in favor of the Gamecock.
Oh, and another pick from ENT onto Sovereign with the Ash. However, Emerald strikes back, but the res is immediately going to come off. That is a pretty good flux, but here comes the Bob. Iceman does get the hook onto my oxygen, but the rock interrupts the follow-up damage. That was actually a big play coming out from J Ready.
Yeah, that's some really good stuff coming through, and the hook in return from my oxygen. Iceman's gonna go down, and there's the Molten Core onto the high ground.
At this point, Charger Blue are doing everything they can, but at this point, just die, please. Yeah, just reset now, because this is it. This is the last fight, and they actually committed a lot of ultimates to that fight. We saw the Valkyrie, we saw the window, and this is it. This is everything riding now for Charger Blue. You have to cap the point. But with the Gravitic Flux almost online for J Ready, that might all Gamecocks need to win the map and the series.
Yeah, it just everything just seems to be going in the way of the Gamecocks. Everything seems to be going according to plan. J Ready is gonna have the flux, and
that's a massive hook though, and Crimson Ninja follows it up with the rock. However, the Gravitic Flux, we talked about it, and no one from Charger Blue managed to touch, so the Gamecocks will take Volskaya and the series 3-0.
Yeah, and Enigma actually popped off yet again with the SPAP window. It actually manages to find 3 members of Charger Blue, so yeah, some great stuff coming through from the Gamecocks, and honestly, good stuff coming through from both teams. Both teams showed some life, and congratulations to the Gamecocks. They'll be moving they'll be going up to face the likes of ETSU yet again in the upper bracket finals.
Yep. Yeah. So, I do before we do close it out and take it over to a break before our grand finals. I do want to give I want to give props to the members of Charger Blue. They did everything they could to take it to the Gamecocks. They actually managed to show some life when they were on King's Row. In the end, they just couldn't come up with the goods, but regardless, they did a fantastic job here, and especially the likes of Emerald 37.
Yeah, some great stuff coming through from Emerald. He was by far the best player on the side of Charger Blue today. So it's unfortunate that we have to say goodbye to them, as we now just have the Gamecocks that are going to be going up against ETSU Esports later on.
And you definitely want to stick around for that. It's going to be a rematch And while the last time these two teams faced off, it was ETSU taking it very convincingly against the Gamecocks. Maybe Gamecocks have made the necessary adjustments to their game plan to hopefully deliver a fantastic grand finals. That is going to do it for myself and Mariana, but we thank you guys so much. We also, before we head out, we once again want to shout out Skulls for sponsoring this tournament, and as well as you guys who are sending in your lovely donations.
Yeah, thanks again for the donations, guys, and thanks a lot for Skulls for sponsoring this tournament. They have provided a lot of neat merchandise and just supplies for this tournament and other tournaments before this. So thanks to thanks to Skulls for sponsoring this tournament. And yeah, Kobayashi, if you could proceed to read the donations.
I will. I will. So since last time we have raised $1,003. So I will just go ahead and read some of the donations right here. So we have a $5 donation from Nova. Thank you, Nova. We also have also another $5 donation from Joe, who says, "I don't know how to comment. Help." But regardless, we got your message, buddy. Thank you for the $5. We have $50 from Anonymous. So thank you so much, Anonymous. A very generous donation. Any donation is very generous. And finally, we have In Sanitizer, also with $5. So thank you guys so much for reaching a goal of over $1,000. But of course, the tournament is still going to be running all the way through December 20th. So still plenty of opportunities to raise even more money for Make-A-Wish. But we couldn't be here without you guys and your generosity. That is going to do it for me. But don't go anywhere, guys. We have another great series coming very, very soon.
Exactly. So definitely stick around for that. But that's going to be it for the both of us. It's been a pleasure casting with you, Kobayashi.
It's always been a pleasure casting with you as well, Mariana. So thank you guys so much, and we will see you later.
on March 28th of 2017, that call came in. When she called, she said, "Are you near Ethan?" And I said, "Yes, I am. And she said, "Do you mind leaving and going somewhere else?" So I went outside on the deck, and instantly, as soon as she said, "Kelly, the biopsy came back. Ethan has cancer." At that point, they told us it would be a 3.5-year journey, fight for his life.
The hardest part of treatment was probably all of the side effects I had to go through. I got like nausea, I lost my feelings in my hands and feet, I gained a lot of weight. The protocol has been in my mind. I wanted to make it like forever. And then when Make-A-Wish came, I finally got that chance to make protocol.
The next phase of your wish coming true, Ethan, is that in the last weekend of January, there's this cool festival called the Game Jam, right? And have you ever seen this Shark Tank? It kind of sounded like that. So these teams are going to compete to prototype a starter version of your game, and then they're going to pitch it to you. So you get to kind of pick which one you like.
So then you get led by a friend, go to a zone to unlock one of your abilities, which that represents that in your cancer journey, you cannot ever fight alone. You need help with your friends and family, and nurses and oncologists to help you out. Down the hatch.
The game is called Protocol, and it has been an absolute joy to work on it for you. We're at a point that we can deliver it to you and that you can play it tonight. We've taken Ethan's art and turned it into a three-dimensional third-person parkour game. The whole underlying premise of the game has to do with getting support from people around you and drawing power from those that are there to help you.
And I was able to build on that thought when I was able to get that wish granted. And so it was amazing.
Thank you, Make-A-Wish Georgia. Because of you and because of your hearts and your mission, you have made Ethan's dream come true. You have given him joy as he waited for this wish to come true, and you have allowed him the opportunity to share his vision and his gift with so many more kids. And we could not have done it, and he could not have done it without you.
It is Wish Day finally for NBA 2K and Make-A-Wish. We're here at the motion capture facility in Petaluma. William Floyd's wish is going to come true today. We're so excited to have him. Our entire staff is being geeked out. We're going to put him in the mocap suit and we're going to put him into the game. We can't wait to get started. The first step is getting the NBA player treatment. He is getting scanned in the pixel gun rig. It's part of the process of getting in the game.
We went in there and I looked at the different cameras and I did different poses, different smiles, faces, took a picture with Ronnie and family pictures.
William's getting all suited up and ready to go into the mocap studio. He's going to come in, get his moves, and get his shot captured in the game, and get his thoughts on gameplay as well. And we're going to have a lot of fun, and hope he really enjoys his time here.
Yo, like a track star, starting like I'm that hard. I ain't that hard, looking on the backboard. Working on you donuts, I don't laugh hard. I ain't the you can find out on the court or in the backyard. I am the jack water. I am out on the car, you on the same way out of my caliber. I am an all-star, you all on handlebars. I'm out here trapping, Admiral Akbar. I'm out here lapping, they thinking I'm NASCAR. I'm out here rapping, I'm eating them seems like a rap. I'm sick with it like that, and you just no question, cause I am the answer. I'm taking the lead into a new chapter. You feel that hate? Let's go. You feel that hate? I feel that hate. That's your team.
The whole day was incredible.
When we sat down in a meeting and William got to express like all of his ideas for the next 2K.
I'm glad that I was able to share ideas for what I think should be improved, but for what other people too think as well.
He really got to learn a lot and share like what his opinion is, and we like learned everything about 2K. Like William got to create his own player.
To watch the look on William's face throughout the day-to-day, just to see the awe and the wonder and the happiness in his face as he has gotten to do everything that he's ever dreamed of, gotten to meet the people he's always dreamed of. It has been a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
He loves 2K and he's been talking about it for quite some time now.
It was really the best experience he could have ever wished for.
I got the stadium shaking. I got the stadium shaking.
Joyful and triumphant. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. If you're still, you might not have even left. You might still be here. So, hi. I'm late to the party, and you were early. So we're gonna be coming in with potentially final map of this bracket. So, this is a little bit of a complex situation here. So we got ETSU versus Gamecocks for this final match of this bracket potentially. Either way, it is going to be ETSU versus the Gamecocks. Unfortunately, Charger Blue, they had a valiant run through the redemption bracket, but they did fall to the Gamecocks 3-0. And now ETSU and Gamecocks are going to be having a little rematch here. And if ETSU is able to take the win, then this will be the end of this bracket. They will win the finals for this bracket. But if Gamecocks win, then we have to go into another round. So I'm very excited to get into this game. I don't know about you, but yeah, I've got my fellow caster here. Go ahead and say hi.
Hi.
Not up.
No, but I'm just as excited. And once again, thank you all for supporting the stream. And make sure to keep those donations coming. We'll be sure to read them out after the game's over.
Absolutely.
And no matter how you support this stream, it is much appreciated. This is, of course, the finals, and as my good friend Huck Lee here explained, that is how this bracket works. And I think let's just jump right into it.
Gonna go ahead and give the go ahead to these guys. And yeah, no, I am like super excited to get into this game, but I will say, I was watching the match from earlier today, and I was really expecting Charger Blue to get in here. You know, they had a really nice
I feel like some favoritism coming from you. What is this?
Yes.
We're supposed to be unbiased
sorry,
sources of entertainment.
Start on
Man,
Wow.
I've been casting all these redemption bracket games. I've been seeing them coming in here.
Mhm.
But good on Gamecocks for getting back in here. Just looking at these, looking at the previous games, they did fall to ETSU yesterday, actually 3-0. And that was why Gamecocks were in the redemption bracket in the first place, was because they went down to ETSU yesterday 3-0. Like I said, a lot of our games in this tournament have been 3-0. So Gamecocks hopefully going to be coming in here trying to get some revenge, get that rematch going.
Absolutely. And it seems that both sides going for this kind of dive composition, especially on the side of the side of Gamecocks, going with this ball diva, whereas the side of ETSU going with this monkey 9 composition, looking to bubble the monkey in, and random person already getting Jay ready, completely demolishing him for his over aggressiveness, but Ian and getting the better of Zach. Zach immediately getting dressed by Pro Brian though, so this is going extremely well. ENT with another on Bonk, and this seems to be going the way of Gamecocks, but Zach with that pickoff on Enigma, this is still going back and forth, but the point eventually flips to the side of Gamecocks.
Oh, they're still going though. Look at random person is staying alive so long, getting that damage boost from Brian.
And Burmo as well is just tearing the backline. This Tracer is ready to give it her all.
Oh my gosh, ETSU really showing up there. They weren't quite able to make it on the point to contest before Gamecocks were able to secure it for the first time, but they were able to make it back thanks to these plays from Random and Brian, just keeping the Zarya alive, keeping up that tank damage, building that charge, and that's going to be really useful going into this next team fight. So they really did a good job holding down the fort until the rest of ETSU could return.
Absolutely, and look at that, Birmo just going on this backline, trying to get as much ult charge as possible, but getting down to Enigma with a wonderful stun on her.
Oh my gosh!
Wonderful bomb, getting Spunk, building up that Diva bomb so quickly and effortlessly. My Oxygen on a tear.
They're going to be coming in Gamecocks, finding those really essential picks. Word coming in there. Knocking out Zach and then finishing off Snoozy. and it looks like Gamecoccyx is going to be able to flip this once again, but ETSU able to get up to 50% capture, so before they can get too far ahead, it's going to be important for ETSU to get in here and recapture this.
Absolutely, and both sides making it a very even fight, with this point flipping at every single fight turn, making it extremely exciting. Jared, though, trapping Spunk in this room, but Burmo getting the better of Enigma there.
Oh,
ENT
there's the
gets
grab?
Spunk, and there comes the grab. Random person taking out ENT. This fight is scrappy as all can be.
Oh
Bro,
my
Brian,
Brian.
waking up Spunk though, but Jared and we're just going to the pit of death. At this point, flips to ETSU.
Just surrendering that immediately, just jumping into the pit, saying, all right, and going in for that reset. And there's yet another Diva Bomb coming from Oxygen. Looks a little bit short, though, unfortunately, and it's not going to pick anything up. But, you know, oh my god! The boom! Ready out of nowhere! Random person gonna go down, and Word is gonna take out Burmu. Zach is able to pick up Enigma, and J-Ready took a little nap there on the point after picking
However,
up
it's
random...
2 for 2, and the spawns are going to be coming in for the side of ETSU. Again, props Brian getting this wonderful reses, providing so influential throughout the entire match. Always making sure that she's in the right place at the right time with these reses.
Oh, they're just a rally coming in, just trying to stay alive, and there's another pulse bomb sitting right onto Zach, but fortunately able to get off that primal rage and knock Enigma straight into the pit. Still gonna have a contest here from Oxygen and J-Ready, and to not really able to stay alive too long, Zach gonna go ahead and send them back to spawn, and Oxygen getting out of that mech and into the baby Diva. Still buying time though, they are just not surrendering. Gamecoccyx constantly coming back and just getting picked off once more. And then we're seeing here, there's the Mercy with the Valkyrie popping in once again as well. Just trying so hard to stay alive, but not quite. The Mercy not able to get onto the point. And ETSU is going to take round 1.
Absolutely, and major shoutouts to Snoozy. Her sleeps onto the Hammond, on J-Ready's Hammond, have been extremely influential in actually turning the fight. So every time J-Ready was like going around, sipping around, trying to create as much havoc as possible, Snoozy was right there with those sleeps, hitting them almost each and every time. And even getting those biotic grenades onto him, making sure that no heals come onto him. So J-Ready needs to be a bit more careful around that Ana player.
Oh yeah, Snoozy, she said, no thank you, we don't need your spins here on the point. I'm just gonna go ahead and make you take a little nap real quick. And you know, like you said, that Ana is very influential, especially with those sleeps and with those bionades. You know, canceling off that healing, especially when we have such good supports on either team, is very important. And we are already getting into another team fight here.
Huge biotic grenade! Random person taking out Enigma, Snoozy! Oh my word! Changing the tide of that fight with just a single ability. A wonderful grenade and a wonderful team fight win for ETSU, and this point is theirs. And look at that, they still won't give up on this push, pushing them back all the way to spawn.
Snoozy heard us talking about her. She's like, okay, let me flex a little bit more for the camera. She was just ready for that one. That was an absolutely huge bionade going into that team fight, canceling out all that healing. And ETSU was really able to get in there and get those influential picks. Oh my god!
Spunk! Jared gets the better of Zach, but Spunk with the third, with getting those dragons extremely quickly. Once again, it's just been 20% into this fight. Now this team is on a tear. Burmo coming slowly onto this EMP. While also, look at the side of Gamecoccyx. Barely any ultimates even built up.
Oh my god, Spunk getting another one.
He just wants dragon after dragon, making sure they just stay back and spawn. Again, a wonderful biotic grenade and an immediate pullback by the side
of that hook! Oh my gosh, Oxygen! A giant hook onto Spunk there, and it looks like we are going to have a dive from Zach as well with that primal rage. Now, unfortunately, Brian was not able to get that res off. Word canceling that out, but Snoozy still taking out Enigma. We're seeing a few trades going on right now as they try and approach the point and really trying to swing things into the side of the Gamecocks, finding another knockout onto random person, and it looks like they are going to make it. Oh, we might see a contest here from the Sombra, just a little bit. Not sure what that was about from Bermeo, but it looks like Gamecocks for the first time this round are going to finally be able to turn this capture point in their favor.
Absolutely, and I feel like that Bermo point stall was there for a stall for a reason. And oh my lord, that's
the combo!
Crab picked up my oxygen while in the middle of his ult, and though getting random person once again making this fight very scrappy with trades on both sides. Props Brian once again with this extremely good res onto random person, changing the tide of this fight almost single-handedly, which could lead to a lot of different things. And guess what? Weird Carter was with his death monster, but gets taken down by Spunk.
Oh, here we go. There's a window in the immortality field coming in, trying to keep the Gamecocks alive, and it looks like it's working. Zach and Spunk gonna be taken out. Jay Ready getting in on the action as well, finding random person. And we have seen a few trades here coming in from the side of the Gamecocks. You know, they're running a little bit of a different composition, but we're seeing the switch to that Sigma from Jay Ready. Gonna be the Roadhog as opposed to the Diva for Oxygen. And they're really trying to adapt to ETSU's comp.
Absolutely. I feel like the composition suits the style of Gamecocks a bit more, even though we know Jay Ready for this ball. The Sombra and the Honor are just providing too big of a problem to continue running this ball. But however, after this switch up to this Hog Sigma composition, they've just been providing so much dynamic fight and being
a huge EMP!
With that EMP, getting nobody though.
Oh my gosh.
Providing almost nothing to the fight. And there it is, that's another fight win for the side of Gamecocks. And look at that, it's at 98%. This map just might go to them.
Oh my god, and they've done it. Gamecocks taking that. Oh my god. Yeah, I was sitting there, I was like, I thought that was going to be such a big EMP, but it unfortunately just didn't really come up with anything. I think that was really like what they were counting on. I think that was ETSU's last little trap card that they had there. And unfortunately, it just wasn't able to pick anything up. You know, they set in the dragons there. That didn't really do too much. It looked like there were about to be some trades going on there, but Gamecocks really showing out and getting those critical picks. And I think ETSU is just trying to figure out how to counter this now.
Exactly. That EMP might have been big, but no one came up to actually do anything about that EMP. No one was there to actually take charge of that EMP. And now Burma is going to be on this Widowmaker, providing to get maybe those important pickoffs. And Ent is also going to be on this Widowmaker. We're going to see a Widowmaker 1v1. Whoever wins this Widowmaker battle wins this game. So let's see how this goes.
Oh, Jay Ready being a little stealthy there with the ball once again. We are going to see the Reinhardt coming out. Oh, Spunk! Oh my gosh, Spunk has been on fire with this Hanzo, by the way. Already taking out Enigma, but Ent striking back, knocking out Bermeo. And we are going to have a DPS down for both sides. Jay Ready trying to get in. Oh, never mind. Brian said, nope, we want our DPS back. But Jay Ready is still swinging like right in the middle.
And once again taking out Burmo, showing his absolute class on this Widowmaker. My Oxygen with 2 picks, building up to that bomb. And look at End, already 76%, Jay Ready on 78%. And look at the side of ETSU. They really need to start picking up the pace as they are losing when it comes to this ultimate advantage.
Man, ETSU definitely going to have to try and build up these ults. They gotta find a way to counter this right now. I think Gamecocks are just really making a stronghold with this composition that they have. You know, Snoozy is still on that Ana though, so there's definitely a chance. But Word! Coming over here with the Tracer and finding Spunk! And then Ent and Oxygen as well, finding Brian and Bermeo. And ETSU is once again going to be forced back to spawn.
And it's such a wonderful amount of coordination coming out on the side of Gamecocks, just surrounding and pincering them from every angle. And it's thanks to Ed always getting this first pick off onto the side of ETSU, making sure that they have nothing going in their favor. And there's also some bombs dropped on the side of ETSU, but Zach clearing them out almost immediately. And Burma gets the better of Bird Carnicer, but Enigma taking on Burma immediately.
Oh, and there's the res onto Word, trying to keep as many people alive as they can going into this next fight. ETSU trying to regroup fairly quickly. And there's the grab coming in from ETSU, pairing it with the Dragons! This might be the flip!
There comes the Dragons, there comes the Fire Strike, getting Enigma and Random Person, making their way to point. Spunk being the first one on point, starting this capture. And there it is, that's the fight with ETSU desperately needed. And look at that, Snoozy still holding on to this Nano, which could just provide influential to a lot of different things, maybe putting it onto Zach to hold on to this point. But look at the side of Gamecoccyx, they are slowly building up their ultimates too. So this was once again an ultimate advantage for the side of ETSU, but it just comes down to how they use these ultimates.
It looks like Jay Reddy's already trying to swing in here and maybe bait out some of that ultimate usage. Just going to be coming up from behind, breaking up that Ryan Zarya right there, just trying to get in the middle of it and give an opening to the rest of the Gamecoccyx. Oxygen finding it, taking out Burmu, but Zach gonna knock out Enigma. Oxygen finding yet another one though. And it looks like there is going to be the res onto Enigma as well. Jay Reddy popping those mines, able to knock out that Moira, and it looks like the Gamecoccyx are able to get in here once again. Only going to be Random Person left alive on the point there.
And what a wonderful lead by my Oxygen on Burmo's bomb. Excellent work, and my Oxygen with another pick of prompts, Brian, the real MVP of this match. Jaredy proving who the better Hammond player is by taking out Zach, but Burmo getting the better of ENT, and immediately Agolak with that res. Once again, both these teams showing their prowess, but it just may be a little too late.
Oh,
and
the Dragons were off!
On this tear, this Diva player is done just sitting around and doing nothing. And she's ready to eat everyone for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Holy cow, that was insane. I was watching Ent that whole time on this Widowmaker, just getting those picks. And that was just absolutely insane. Map 1 going to the Gamecoccyx. They are showing up. They said, you beat us one time, we're not going to let you do it again. They are coming to play, guys. This is going to be a good match.
This is going to be an extremely good match, as the last time these two teams met, it was a clean sweep, a 3-0. So they're here to say, no, we're ready to compete. We're ready to show you what we are made of. And look at my Oxygen with 38 eliminations.
Oh my god, 64% kill participation.
That's insane.
Excellent.
Now you were talking about, I did want to point out something that really helped the side of the Gamecoccyx in that fight. And that variant of Ilios Ruins, is extremely good for Widowmaker. And Ent was just absolutely on fire with those shots. And, you know, going into those team fights, you know, bringing it down to a 5v6, even though that's just down that one person can turn the tide of a fight. And so Ent being able to get in there and get those early picks is very essential to, you know, giving the Gamecoccyx the chance to come out on top of ETSU and maintain their hold on the point. You know, Ent was just relentless getting those early picks there. And I believe it was Burmu was also on the Widowmaker at the beginning of that round, but made the switch to that Tracer. And Ent was just pretty much left uncontested that round. They really didn't have anybody going up there to try and knock him off the high ground, to try and really get in his face and stop those Widowmaker picks. And I think that was a big reason why the Gamecoccyx were able to come out on top of this one.
I think it was just a composition mismatch, as Ent was just left to roam around so freely, and I don't know if it's underestimation or whether they didn't want to make the switch to actually counter him, but that turned out to not work in the favor of ETSU. So hopefully in the next map, they come in with better strategies and better coordination than they did with this map. But once again, this map was again very close between both teams.
Oh yeah.
It was 2-1, and even through all three maps, it was like very close to 99-50, 99-20, or even 99-99. So we must not be cutting any slack for ETSU. As we all know, they were the dominant team throughout this entire bracket. So
yeah, they are undefeated.
Yeah, they are
Currently
undefeated.
Gamecocks might be trying to change that, but ETSU has been undefeated throughout this entire tournament, and I think Gamecocks are finally ready to make a stand against ETSU, the underdogs right now, ready to take them on, and I'm excited to see it. You can tell the Gamecocks are really out here ready to play.
And we all love an underdog story. We all love the toppling of Goliath, as we like to say. But yeah, I don't think the Goliath in this occasion, being ETSU, are ready to give up in any circumstance. And as they take us to Havana, a map very well known for either running their brawl composition or even a much more poking composition with the Sigma Orisa. So it just comes down to what kind of playstyle both these teams prefer. And I think they prefer the same thing.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna have a similar composition coming out from the side. Oh, we got double Ryan Zarya, actually. I was expecting a little bit of a different composition coming out from the side of the Gamecocks, but we're gonna have that double Ryan Zarya coming out. Both Ent and Burmu once again gonna be rocking that Widowmaker. Gonna see who comes out on top of this one. This first area is also a very good spot for Widowmaker, but particularly on the side of defense. and being given this lovely high ground with doesn't seem like anyone to contest on ETSU. No characters that can really get in here and contest him. I don't know how it's going to work.
Oh, that's
out.
a wonderful wall, splitting the team up, but no one to take advantage of that. A great wall on the side of Word Cornster, but again, great play by the side of ETSU, already going back. And Spunk is on this Bastion. Now hold on. Here comes Mr. Bastion, ready to hail down from the heavens.
Oh, Zach getting a little bit excited there, trying to jump right in, getting pretty weak, but fortunately able to be kept up. We are seeing a team fight right here on the payload. They haven't even gotten a move yet, but Word knocking out Zach early. They are right there at spawn though, so he should be able to come back fairly quickly, but that is still going to stagger them quite a bit. They're not going to be able to confidently push just yet. And, they're just bringing the fight to them. Oh, Burmu finding oxygen though, giving them a little bit of a window, but like we said before, Ent is just uncontested right now in this back line.
But Burmu taking out Ent, removing all that damage, but look at that. The window has come out almost immediately. A goal building up with such ferocious intensity. And oh my god, you! Zach taking out 2 with that nano boost and is boosting away. But look at that, my oxygen just hiding in here. Just slowly waiting for this. Zach unknowing as to who is there. Maybe he's going to search for them and he still doesn't know. He doesn't know what's going on. And look at
the wall! The attack from nowhere!
What in the world did we witness?
Oh
and then comes the Blizzard, take out Snoozy, Frostbite running away with his life, Spunk just giving up in the end, just saying, take me, I am yours. And oh my god, my oxygen. Not only is this man fearless on the diva, but also the main.
He was just waiting for that perfect opportunity. Just absolutely very, very patient there. A hunter quietly waiting for their prey to approach, and unfortunately that prey was Zach, and unsuspecting Zach right there got the wall. But my god, Gamecocks are making this really hard for them right now.
Mr. Tank, the Bastion, going up to this high ground.
Oh my gosh!
He dropped out immediately, and oh my, I think I just
justice from above coming right now. Combo it.
And here comes the trade with both the lambs coming out. Jared getting the better of Frostbite, and my oxygen getting the better of Spunk, and this team fight once again going inside of Gamecocks. Gamecocks ready to play. This Bastion not working out very well for the side of ETSU, and they're getting held straight to point. It's only 1 minute left.
And there's going to be a switch from Spunk off that Bastion and onto the Genji, presumably to try and contest Ent a little bit, I would assume. But Ent has a little bit of backup here with the Baptiste. up there on the high ground, already going to be making the jump down as they approach. Oh, yep, there was Spunk. Spunk barely missed him up there on that high ground. ETSU trying to approach this first checkpoint. We are going to be ready with the grab soon, as well as the shatter and the window from ETSU.
Oh,
and there is
shatters! The shatter is bigger! And oh, there comes the gravitic flux and
my god! The window!
Clearing this side of Gamecock.
Oh my gosh, that team kill giving them the last bit of boost they need to make it to this first checkpoint. And oh my god, I think they're maybe trying to get ready for a contest there. Jay ready going for a little bit of that dive, as well as Oxygen with the soldier. But unfortunately they were not able to. Got a disconnect.
Onk has left the game. Now we'll be going into a pause here, and let's just recollect our thoughts and think.
Let's reassess. Oh my god, I need to process that. So, going into that fight, I was not even looking at Jay ready. Was also ready with that shatter. I was ready for the huge shatter from Zach, but Zach pulled out that shatter first, and it didn't really come up with anything. And Jay he just struck back with that other shatter. And I think that if Random Person hadn't been ready with that grab, I feel like it might not have ended up the way it did. I really think that the Gamecocks still might have been able to come out on top of that one had Random Person not been ready with that grab, and then that gave Brian the opportunity to pop that window and do some damage and get that final team kill. But my god, was that insane.
That was absolutely insane. And poor Spock, by the way, building up that blade to 10%, and he's back down to 0. But however, from the off, I thought that was he players to the ground and he was charging at them at full speed. So you are absolutely right when you say that Random Person, if he wasn't ready with that grab, and if Props Brian also wasn't ready with that window, because that window provided so much extra damage to just taking and clearing out the side of Gamecocks and getting them that final point.
Absolutely. It does look like we are going to be ready to go again. It looks like Spunk is already back in the game. So thankfully, we are going to be able to pick up fairly quickly. But, oh my god, now I'm just... Now, we saw at the beginning, Gamecocks, they were able to run down so much of the clock, just staying alive so long, like right outside of their spawn. And so they just, by the time they won that fight, the Gamecocks had just bought themselves so much time to work with right there. And so I think that was a really big part in really just preparing themselves for the rest of this map. And they did a great job of it. And it looks like we are already going to have another fight. A huge shatter! Once again from Zach! Absolutely huge, letting the rest of the team push in there and find those critical picks. Still gonna have a few members of the Gamecocks left alive. Word and Gala still gonna be trying to stay alive as best they can. Zach and Burma gonna shut that down fairly quickly though. But that was an absolutely massive shatter from Zach once again. He's already got it back up to like 50.
Already got it back up to 50, absolutely. And this point is almost done.
No one can hide.
It took 3 minutes to capture that point A, but point B was under a minute.
Well, they're not going to contest either. All of Gamecocks were there. I thought we were about to see a contest, but it looks like we're already going in. I saw that big anti going in.
Oh,
looks
and
like
there
we're going to be popping that grab.
And that, I'm just so confused because there's so many trades happening, and ETSU just taking up that second point with almost nothing, and here they come back. Gamecocks asserting their dominance once again. But look at that, Snoozy with that nano, Spunk slowly coming up to that blade. And oh my, we might just witness another nano blade before this point even ends.
Oh my gosh, there's the grab. Oh, that was an interesting grab. That was a little far, actually I say a little, that was a little very far away from the rest of ETSU right there on the bridge. The rest of ETSU was still kind of rolling on the payload, and there really wasn't anybody to follow up on that grab, unfortunately. And it looks like Ant is going to capitalize on that missed grab and just find 4 casually from the high ground. Ant, you just coming out of nowhere there. Yeah, no, so
Ant is just asserting again their dominance on this Widowmaker from like the previous map, just carrying over. Burmo needs to take her down, otherwise their team might find it extremely hard to push. Zach and Random Person now going onto this dive composition, and there comes Gravity Flux. It's huge, but at a great lamp from the side of Props Brian, but still not enough to save his team. Enigma pushing in with no remorse, with getting to a brilliant rock to take out Snoozy. Word Cards finishing her off. And Burbo switching now to this Hanzo for some kind of shield break to break apart this composition from the side of Gamecoccyx, going with this double off-tank composition, providing so much point control and damage from both sides.
Oh my god, and finding another one onto Brian.
And there's
the Dragon Blade.
Spawn getting out, and Spawn taking out the oxygen. Oh my word, this fight is gone.
Oh my god! Spawn just an absolute maniac, finding 4 right there with the Nano Blade.
And that's the power of an extremely overpowered Genji, everyone. This is why we wanted him nerfed. This is why. But look at that, immediately coming back. Jeremy back on his signature hero, the Hammond, while Word Cards goes on this Monkey and immediately finding Burbo. And look at that, lamps have been traded out. Spunk, it's Spunk versus My Oxygen on this high ground, getting the better of Spunk though, and oh my, the players on the side of ETSU are slowly whittling down. Random Person getting Word Cards, and already another Nano built up for Snoozy.
There's the Diva Bomb, gonna find
Ed. My Oxygen getting the better of Burbo though. This is so scrappy, but this favors Gamecoccyx as in the end, that's where Spawn is. Spawn is extremely close for the side of Gamecoccyx, and oh my, this just seems to be a wrap. It's just stalling at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, this spawn point is so close for the Gamecoccyx. Even if they get knocked out, they're able to bounce right back. And there's not a whole lot that ETSU can do, and they aren't quite able to get in there. Random Person not quite close enough to that payload, unfortunately. But oh my god, that was so... they did a good job right there just getting it as far as they did, you know, considering how stalled they were in that first area. You know, they were able to roll right through the indoor portion of this map with little to no contest from the Gamecoccyx. And, you know, they were able to make it all the way towards that last checkpoint. And so I think that was a good run for ETSU.
Absolutely. ETSU getting subbed just a little bit before point 3, but that just might be it. As long as Gamecoccyx gets that second point, we are continuing this map. So they must be fuming that they did not finish that after their extremely dominant performance in point B. So this is shaping up to be an extremely interesting map with Snoozy once again on this Ana, creating such a huge difference, building up those nano boosts so quickly. And so many players on both teams just being influential to this team fight. It's just, I'm just glued to the edge of my seat.
Absolutely, I'm like so ready to get into this next round. Now, I did want to point out the life of a Hammond during that last one. I had the overhead view, and I was just like, everybody was aggressively fighting for their lives, and then I just see Jay Ready just spinning around the payload, happy as can be, just not a care in the world, just doing his little spins. But it looks like ETSU is going to take a different approach coming into this next one. You know, we saw Gamecoccyx really fighting ETSU right outside of their spawn point, but ETSU opting to hold that high ground for as long as they can and make their hold a little bit further away from that spawn room.
And once again, Spong just in their backline, slowly sneaking around, and oh, wonderful hack and a wonderful dive. And there is taking advantage of this, but Word Cards are getting the better of Zach, and immediately a rest from where? Props Right should not have gotten away with that. And look at that, it's scrappy once again. Burbo needs to take advantage of this with there's no shielding being there at all. But Ent immediately taking down Burma, proving who the better Widowmaker is. And oh my god, it's just a Random Person on this point trying to spin around and run away as fast as possible. And taking out Props Brian, the sniper!
Spunk is looking to find another pick here, uncloaking. Oh my gosh, they were ready for him that time. Everybody spun around on Spunk on that one. Word finally able to get that finishing damage onto him. Stop that pesky Sombra from coming into the back line. We are going to have a contest here from Zach, but Word is just on a tear right now with that Roadhog. We are going to see the and then another hook onto the Nano Diva, bringing them right down to the payload, knocking them out of that mech, and they are going to capture this first objective much faster than the Gamecocks were, or not the Gamecocks, than ETSU was able to. These are the Gamecocks. What am I saying?
Sir, what is going on? But you're absolutely right when you say that they captured this point so much faster and with such extreme power in their aggressiveness, just pushing and taking as much space as needed, providing for and to just have this high ground for himself, which it shouldn't have been his in the first place. It should have been Burma up there, but the way, Burma
there we go.
And that was a great pickup by Oxygen, however, taking down Spunk. And this fight, once again, an equal trade on both sides. And Spunk,
having a little back cap right here from Enigma. Enigma is just on the payload, moving it by himself. Oh, there's the Graphitic Flux coming in from J Ready, pairing it with the Deadeye. Able to find two.
But here comes the EMP. Ready with it, and Props Brian always trying to hide from everyone. But coming back to my earlier point, when it comes to Word Carnicer and J-Ready, they just take up so much space, just buying as much space as possible for the DPS to really shine. And that's what separates both these tanks. And again with this extremely huge pick off on Snoozy, but...
Oh, there's the EP with the Shatter!
And this could be exactly what they needed. Zach taking out J-Ready, Props Brian with this wonderful res on Snoozy, and another great biotic onto Word Carnicer, getting extremely low. Snoozy... And taking out Props Brian, but that should be the fight.
Oh my gosh, that was... That Sombra EMP finally able to work out for ETSU. They've been charging it up. They were ready with that. And then Zach was able to get in there and find three with that Shatter. An absolutely massive Shatter. Very nice teamwork there from the side of ETSU. Finally able to stock them. And it seems like they are making up a little bit for their loss in the first area by contesting here on the second portion, the indoor area of this map. But we are already having another team fight, and Gamecocks have a few ultimates. They might be... Oh my god, there's so much happening right now.
Not finding anyone, random person just throwing it out there. Word Carnicer with his whole hog. Pushing with no remorse. Trying to find random person, but random person hanging on to her dear life.
Oh, there's the Reds!
With the herd of Reds. A wonderful bubble from the side of random person, but immediately getting taken out. J-Ready with two, but Burma taking out Word Carnicer once again.
Oh my god, Burma!
It's so scrappy. It's so God knows what is happening anymore. A great sleep onto the side of the game, but too late.
Oh, they're gonna have to jump down. Oh, there we go. Zach trying to contest there with that Reinhardt, but it is the rally coming in from Enigma, just trying to stay alive. A few of them. Oh, there's another huge EMP, catching all three, pairing it with the Shatter. Oh my god, the hook though from Word! Canceling out the follow-up on the Shatter. He's able to find Zach as well as Brian. And then that pulse bomb coming in from Bermu is going to get canceled by that immortality field. Oh my gosh, Gamecocks. An absolutely amazing play there. And I cannot stress, I've seen this multiple times, but I haven't really been able to call it out. Gala able to get in there and get those very nice immortality fields for the side of Gamecocks. Able to cancel out a few things that ETSU is trying to do, and like we saw there with that pulse bomb, you know, Word was able to retreat into the immortality field and save himself right there and save that push. But overall, that was a very interesting fight. I really thought Bermu was gonna get in there and find some of those picks and turn the tide of that, but Gamecocks were able to strike right back.
Absolutely, and oh, that's a huge gravitic grab, but it doesn't find anyone. And once again, switching back to this Widowmaker, finding those important pickoffs once again. This is truly a battle of the DPS.
And Gamecocks are going to be approaching the mark here, nearly getting there, approaching this arch. This arch is definitely a hard point to get through, but they said, you know what, maybe it's not. And swinging up, trying to find a pick here in Oxygen, already finding that Tracer, but there is the Nano onto Zach. Oh my god, and there you go, he's going in. Zach already able to find 2 there, and then it is going to be the whole hog coming in from Word. Unfortunately, going to come up dry, not able to get anything, and it looks like the Gamecocks are going to be forced back for the time being.
Absolutely. And look at how close that card is. Gamecocks have 1 minute, and they're coming up on some key ultimates. The Gravitic Flux is up, the Rally is up, Ent is building up to this, to Vision, and things might just go in the way of Gamecocks if ETSU are not prepared.
Spunk is getting ready with that blade, though. We do have the Shatter as well as the Graph coming, but that's a huge Graphitic Flux coming in from J-Ready, but there is the Shatter as well, catching a few, pairing it with the grab, but oh my god! Oh,
3!
No one. Absolutely insane, just getting the dash as well as the kill with the blade, but Ent is still alive? Okay, there we go, they see him. I was about to say, Ent is just hanging out right there behind. But holy cow, that was a lot of ultimate usage from both teams, but that Grav really able to seal the deal, pairing it with that Dragon Blade from Spunk for ETSU.
Absolutely. And oh, that's a wonderful wall. Absolutely brilliant from Burbo, blocking the eyesight off by Oxygen, immediately putting out that, immediately coming out with the High Noon, and this fight just seems to be a wrap. Again, a wonderful build-up from Props Brian on that Coalescence doing their best, and there's the Blizzard, and we will be
sleep on the Oxygen.
Best. And oh, here, and they're still trying to keep this point going as much as possible. Enigma on this move,
another Dragon Blade!
But the blade comes out, and this should be it, right? Is this the end?
Surely. Oh, there it is, and it looks like Gamecocks are not quite able to make it to the mark that ETSU did, and they are going to take map 2, bringing this series up 1-1. Now this is a best of 5, so it's going to be first to 3. And throughout the series, we have seen pretty consistent, like 3-0s or 3-1s or something along that nature. We know we had a 3-2 earlier in the series. Oh my God, Fox, that's absolutely insane there. But like I was saying, we've seen some pretty clean sweeps throughout this tournament. But now we're really getting into the nitty gritty. Hopefully, gonna have a little bit of a closer game here, and it looks like these guys are gonna be the ones to give it to us.
Another thing which I'm looking at those cards, Snoozy with 20k in healing, and still only helping 29%. 29! The amount of damage just going around in that map. Oh my word.
Yeah, the healers were scary. The healers were absolutely insane during both of those matches. We saw some amazing plays from Snoozy on the Ana. We were seeing a Gala on that Baptiste. And, we were just seeing some really nice reses from Brian as well. Those revives can be very essential, especially when you're far away from spawn. So, these healers really just being the MVPs right now. We're kind of, you see the DPS in the feed a lot, but the supports are really there to keep up those DPS, give them that damage that they need. And, Snoozy preparing Spunk for those nano blades was absolutely essential in those final fights for ETSU.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, as I've previously stated, the tanks and the support on both sides just providing so much free space for their DPS to just run wild. And on this Widowmaker, making sure no one comes past their sight lines. And Word Carnso on this Tracer going on an absolute tear on this backline. And the same can be said for Burma and Spunk, going off this Sombra, the Genji, and everything else. Even my Oxygen is just insane. My Oxygen on that McCree, providing so influential once again to that fight, picking out picking on Burmo whenever they were on that Tracer, keeping them in check. So it just comes down to how these DPS battle it out.
Absolutely, and I do want to take this time really quickly to say that we did surpass $1,000 on our donation, so thank you guys so much for that. Absolutely, we thank you for your support for Make-A-Wish Georgia. But we do want to encourage you guys. We have a pretty big goal, and I think we raised what was it, like $3,000 with the last, I think it was the Valorant tournament. So we definitely do want to see some more donations coming in from you guys. Once again, any small amount counts. It's all going to the amazing cause, changing a child's life for Make-A-Wish Georgia. They are some amazing people. They do amazing work. And, any small donation that you can make would be very helpful to them, to their organization, and we would greatly appreciate it. I need to see if we have had any more recent donations. Let's see.
But yeah, you're right. They've done some great work. They help a lot of. You guys can trust it with your money. So yeah. But yeah, in the end, no matter how you support, whether it's watching the stream or just sharing it with your friends and getting them involved, it all comes down to how we are very grateful for it in the end.
Absolutely, definitely share this link with anybody that you can, and we are going to be here next weekend too. This is the finals for this bracket. We do have 2 brackets with completely different teams. So next weekend coming up on the 11th, we are going to have some completely different teams coming in, and these their matches are going to be just as exciting as these. So definitely be ready to tune into those as well, because it's going to be a fun time. We're going to keep raising money for Make-A-Wish Georgia, and we could definitely use your support if you would come back and continue watching for us next weekend and the weekend after that. And if you can't donate now, keep us in mind. Maybe make a donation later, because we're you got some time.
Absolutely, and here we are on Kings Row, a fan favorite, my favorite. We've seen some absolutely wonderful games happen on here from both teams. Honestly, after commentating both sides, we've just seen how good both these teams are on these maps, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out. A very well-known map for that Ryan Zarya, which is being brought out by ETSU, but the side of Gamecoccyx preferring this dive composition with the Tracer, with the Hammond, with the Diva. They just want to get in there, rush them, kill as many as possible, and get that point immediately. They are looking to single out each and every member of that team. But it just comes down to how Spog uses his flash grenades, how Snoozy uses those sleeps, how Random Person uses their bubbles. So this could be very back and forth with these compositions.
It absolutely could be, and I'm definitely interested to see how this is going to work out. We are going to have, it looks like, going to be the Gamecoccyx on the offensive first. Already approaching this statue, we are seeing Jay ready, like normal, on this Hammond here. Ready to go ahead and swing in there. Already taking this high ground along with Oxygen. And it looks like they are going to make the jump down already. It looks like ETSU just kind of backed off the point there for a little bit. Not going to let him get a tick, though. Already going on there for the contest with the Reinhardt. And Random Person going to take first blood onto Jay Ready.
Absolutely, and look at that. They're still putting this pressure onto them. Most of the point A, 1/3 of point A has already been capped because of how far back the side of ETSU are playing, and My Oxygen on that important pick onto Zach. And look at that, that's 1/3 of the point done. Word card is getting Burmo, and this point is slowly getting flipped. My Oxygen once again with these important and critical picks, and this is the power of a dive composition of this variety. The space, the speed, the dynamic is just uncomparable, and Gamecoccyx are going to make it work.
Yeah, they really do pull off this dive so well, especially with Jay Ready really leading the charge with that Hammond. We've seen it time and time again. Words are hard. We've seen it.
Words are hard, and so are both teams when they want to win. And look at the look at the ultimates on the side of, and what a wonderful bomb!
The
all
shield
these ultimates
coming
that
up a
start being
second
used.
too
Agala
late.
already pulling out that Valkyrie, but Prowl's Ryan with a wonderful res onto Burma. Burma getting the better word corner, so Spock getting J ready. And this fight is slowly getting flipped back. Random person taken out in its after using their ultimate, and this is good. Them backing away slowly, and oh, that is the dragon grab dragon
Another combo.
getting Enigma and slowly pushing them all away.
Now you see, we see these fights start going to the side of ETSU, but what the Gamecoccyx do, and I see them do this like every game, and I'm always so impressed by it, is, like we saw on Havana, how they were bringing the fight one place, but something else was happening, elsewhere. They take the fight where they want it. They determine where these fights happen. They brought that fight all the way up in the alleyway while someone else was in the back leading that payload, so ETSU wasn't even able to contest it. And so, they determine where the fights happen. And I think that's definitely an important part of their composition, is making sure that they determine when and where they initiate these team fights.
Absolutely, and Spunk once again being such a hard figure, and oh, without that Reinhardt, there is no protection.
Oh my gosh, oxygen!
No oxygen! Always hitting those bombs. Spunk though, getting down to this 5 health, J-Ready doing his best to take Spunk out, but it is too late. That 5 health with Spunk, that extra 25 which was added to him, providing to be his dying savior.
J-Ready just sat right in his face, do it. Like daring Spunk to do it. Oh, there's a big
and a wonderful shatter! Bringing a lot of the team down, especially my oxygen. And oh my, Burbo getting word corner and random person once again out of this match, but J-Ready building up this minefield once again, creating so much space. But oh my, there comes the grab.
Cancelled out by the Transcendence.
Doesn't really get anyone because the Trance comes out from Enigma. Wonderful play from him.
Oh, word!
Getting dropped! That's another.
Oh my god, the Dragon Strike coming in right onto the payload. I'm trying to do some area denial. Oh my god, what is going on? There's so much happening right now. Zach able to go down courtesy of Word. Word is still alive with his Tracer, just doing damage right now, getting the support from that Mercy now. They're still moving up. Gamecoccyx just refusing to surrender at this point, but it looks like members from ETSU are able to make the return to the payload for the contest. Both teams fully back now, it seems. Random person able to get 2! Word and J-Ready both going down.
Absolutely, this high charge Zarya is ready to go on this absolute menace she is when she is fully charged. Again, finally, this fight is over, pushing them all back thanks to this Zarya gameplay on the side of Random Person. Because that fight went on forever. It felt like ages. It felt like 2020 was finally coming to an end with how long that fight was. And look at that.
Already. Oh my gosh, Burmu with the early pick onto Enigma. Oh my god, once again.
Oh, and a wonderful hit from my oxygen! That dragon's done, and there comes the bomb! And oh my word!
Here we go.
The diva goddess of this match, my oxygen, but Spunk not giving up, getting 2, but it seems that this point is done.
Wow. Oh my goodness, that was... I was ready. I was like, I think I said I was like, there it is again. I was ready for that grab, dragon combo, and then it just got eaten. Just absolutely canceled out. Oh, but Burmy is still able to get that early pick on the end. But we are just rolling into this final area, so in terms of how critical that will be, I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference, but it looks like they're trying not to stop their momentum. Gamecoccyx still trying to push up a bit, but Zach with the shatter, able to catch that diva, and there's yet another Transcendence coming in from Enigma, and it looks like they're going to be forced back for the time being. ETSU trying to make sure they don't push it too far, and mostly just trying to run down the clock. We got about 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
Oh, but look at Word Carson on this high ground. taking slow and steady shots and coming back onto this Ashe, which could be a lot more.
Oh, the dragon's right into the two!
Oh my word! On the third! And this is... They just invested so many ultimates into that and took them all down. This cart is getting pushed and there's only 55 seconds left. What can ETSU do? They're coming back with the Valkyrie. They're coming back with the High Noon. They're also coming back with the Grab.
So many ultimates ready for the side of ETSU. Gamecocks invested a lot in that fight, but the spawn point is so close. Word! Still managing to find Burmu though, and there's the Valkyrie coming out from the side of ETSU from Brian, as well as the Deadeye. Not able to find anything though, and it looks like Gamecocks are still managing to maintain this high ground. Word still finding those picks with that Hanzo, especially onto Zach. Go ahead and taking out that Reinhardt, but there's the Dragons to knock him off. Burmu finding two, but then Brian getting that res. Oh my gosh, this is absolutely insane. ETSU able to run right out of spawn there and push the Gamecocks back. It looks like Ent trying to be a little sneaky here and go for the contest, managing to throw out that Bob just in time. Oh, but it looks like Bob is gonna take a dive into the pit there.
Yeah, and J Ready, the last person on this point, trying to stall as long as possible. It's a bit too late. And look at how close this cut was. 1 meter.
Man.
It was 1 meter away from just getting that full cap. And the side of Gamecocks must be fuming. Absolutely gutted that they couldn't finish that point. But a wonderful stall from the side of ETSU, stalling them out on point 2, stalling them out on point 3. It looked like to be a wrap after that Dragon Strike and the Gravitic Flux came out on the side of Gamecocks, but in the end, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, you know, like I was saying, Gamecocks, they were able to come in there and they maintained that high ground for a long time. I think they were just trying to give Word a few openings to get some picks there with that Hanzo up on that high ground, getting the support from two of his teammates as well, but Burmu just said get off and just pop those dragons, push. I think he got 2 with those dragons as well, just pushing them off of that high ground, managing to bring the fight to the payload where they were really able to get in there and get those critical picks. But, you know, going into that last area, I think that they just invested a little bit too much, a little too soon. Gamecocks, I think, got a little antsy there, invested too many ultimates.
Hold on, I got kicked out.
Oh?
I got kicked from the game. What is this? No, wait a minute. Yo, I got kicked! Wait. Hold on. This is not good. You can't be kicking me out of the game. This is important. It's just getting good.
We are already having a team fight coming in here. Right off on the side of the payload. Ent's already gonna go ahead get that early pick onto Snoozy. Nope, and it looks like he is gone, so it's going to be just me for right now. We are still having this team fight going on. Oxygen really coming in here and finding 3. And then J Ready making it a 4th. Still coming in here, and it looks like they are able to maintain their hold on this point. Gamecocks doing a very nice job with this Roadhog right now. And once again, pairing it with this Sigma like we've been seeing for the past few matches from them, this Roadhog Sigma has really been influential.
And I'm back in the game, boys. Ready to cast with all my glory. And we're Carnso already with this strong pick-off on the Spunk, denying that freeze and denying that CC, which is extremely important to their team. And look at Burmo, so low, and finally gets taken out. And this is the power of Gamecocks. They're just so good at just surrounding and taking out each individual person on the side of ETSU out one at a time. They surround their target and they eliminate them.
Yeah, they've been doing a very nice job so far just maintaining their hold, and they are already building up quite a few ultimates, but it looks like ETSU is going to be getting ready for that combo, that Dragon Strike paired with that Zarya grab, their signature move, or at least it has been for these past few matches. Oxygen already going to pop that whole hog though, and find Zach, taking out that Reinhardt before we can get over here. And it looks like they're going to be forced back though. Oh, but Spunk is managing to find one on the retreat, catching Enigma.
Yeah, and again, this is going so all over the place. And oh my, Spunk gets, and there's the Gravitating Flux.
Oh, there it is.
There is two.
Oh, wait! Whoa!
Wait a minute! Where did this man come from?
But no,
I'm taking out word, but this is, I'm shocked. But in the ETSU winning out that fight, but
the reverse Uno card from Word. I was talking about the Dragon Strike from ETSU, but Word just absolutely said no you, and just found 3 right there. Oh my god.
And you were right, it was a little too late with the Dragon Strike. No one could capitalize on it. And Burmo taking out ENT. And there's the Echo gone. That's a lot of extra peel damage gone. Very important. And oh, there's the Shatter. And there's the Lamp immediately. Wonderful play. But unfortunately still getting taken out. And there comes the retreat. Look at the way the tanks are just pushing them back with no remorse. They're just trying to take as many alive as possible, but it's just not going their way. ETSU asserting the side of
you lagged out there, and it was just asserting. They are asserting, and that is it.
Well, asserting is also the right way to use that word, I feel.
We are already getting into another little fight here, it looks like, as they approach this first escort checkpoint, the second objective of this map. I'm glad you casted that whole second area. I was still in shock. Oh man. Oh my gosh, Spunk!
On this flank! And there's the Gravitating Flux. And there's point B taken.
Oh, the team kill from ETSU coming onto the Gamecoccyx, and they are just doing an amazing job right now on offense. I will say, ETSU, they got a little stalled there at the beginning, but they're really managing to make up for that last time. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left heading into this last area. Plenty of time to make something happen, and it looks like a bit of an early, oh, well, I thought it was early, but Enigma said no, I'm gonna capitalize on that anyway, taking out Spunk with the help of that window, and it looks like they are going to try and push up here. Jay Ready able to take out Zach, and they are just trying to get in here and get as many picks as they can, try and send them back to spawn, at least for the time being, just run down the clock.
Absolutely, and it's down to another 3 minutes, so ETSU have a lot of time in their bank, but they have to make sure that they keep taking as many fights as possible. They do not want to have any long fights. They want to have it be as quick as possible because there's still 2 more choke points for them to go through and also the closer spawns. So they want to end fights as fast as possible. Spunk going on this flank, but might just get taken down here, and he does. And taking down Spunk and already losing out on a lot of that damage. And oh my,
the shatter hits!
The shatter hits! Oh my word! Jay Ready. God. Showing that he's just not a ball player.
Wow, and it looks like Gamecoccyx are gonna make quite the stronghold, and they still have 3 ultimates in the bank. They have the Dragon Strike, they have the Sound Barrier, and they have the Grav Ready as well. It looks like we're gonna have a window coming in from Agala as well. And so ETSU is really gonna have to make some magic happen here if they and then Zach just instantly getting taken out by Oxygen. I was just watching, he immediately went for the dive and then instantly got taken out. Very unfortunate death there for Zach, but it looks like they're gonna have to reset a bit.
Yeah, and these swaps onto these different kinds of tanks. Having dive can work thanks to the amount of vertical space that is there, but the most important people you have to take down is Word and a Gulk on this high ground. Once you displace them, you have this entire field of vision for yourself, and that's exactly what they're doing. A wonderful dive there, but oh, and there it is, and there's
oh my god,
and there is 3. They've used their strats back onto them, showing that if what they can do, Gamecoccyx can do better.
Oh my gosh, absolutely insane. Once again, you know, we've been seeing, like you said, we've been seeing ETSU using the grab with the Dragon Strike this whole time, but Gamecocks are like, nope, we're gonna do it too. We're stealing your strategy. We're gonna do it better. And it looks like they have been managing to do that. And they still have a few ultimates left in the bank. ETSU down to less than a minute now. They're really gonna have to make something happen considering that they're not even halfway through this last area.
Exactly, and taking down Burma at the start, and then taking down Spunk as well. ETSU trying to go with a full dive composition, but it's still, they're getting picked off one by one. But what a brilliant res from Props Brian, always on these important reses. Spunk building up to that Nano Blade, almost ready, and we get to witness it one more time. The side of Gamecocks have to take him down, otherwise they're in for hell.
Oh, we are going to have a knockout onto the mech. Random person going to be knocked in a mech, and there's yet another window. Oh, but a huge anti coming in. Oh, Spunk with the Nano Blade trying to get in there. Oh my god! Oh, he's going to find 4. And then Zach going to pop that Primal Rage and get Jay ready. And they are still going to be moving up. But this looks very similar to last time, where we saw too much investment too early. They're going to have to try and move this payload as fast as they can before Gamecocks can get back. It looks like they came back just in time, and oh my god, what is happening right now? Oh, random! Getting 2 with
Wait a minute!
Oh my god. Oh my god. That...
I'm in disbelief. The amount of ultimates just came out from both sides in just throwing. Let something hit the roof. It's just absolutely going hog wild on the number of ultimates. And look at that Dragon Strike displacing that high ground.
Oh my god.
Getting so many of these important pickoffs and winning this 3rd point for them. Burmo on this absolute tear of this Hanzo, and very unfortunate for ETSU to not get that win in the end. But the side of Gamecocks proving that they have improved and they are much better than they were before.
Exactly, and that's going to bring us up 2-1 now. And, you know, like we were saying earlier, you know, we've been seeing these clean sweeps throughout the rest of the tournament. But, you know, Gamecocks are really showing up right now, bringing this up 2-1 in their favor. And like you said, there was, like, so much ultimate usage going on right there. I was trying to keep up with it all. But, you know, we've seen before that spawn point is just so close. And I feel like ETSU might have made the same mistake that Gamecocks did. They invested a little bit too much, a little too early. And then by the time they were approaching that final checkpoint, they really just didn't have much left to throw at them. And, you know, Gamecocks were just able to come out on top there at the very end. But that was an amazing round. I have to say, I keep like standing up out of my chair because something big will happen. And I'll like get up and I just have to stand up. I can't stay seated.
Well, I pretty much nailed myself to the floor. I don't want to fall over while getting up so quickly. However, you're absolutely right. Both these teams making up some huge plays, especially from the DPS. The way they collaborate with their tanks, the way they all come together and form this strategy of teamwork just being showed by both sides is quite frankly at such a high level that we have not seen this throughout this entire tournament. They're both showing the power of what it means to actually be a team and what it means to actually cooperate and bring this final point together. And it truly shows how Overwatch is a game of teamwork and not singular players.
And it is like, it really is like a game of plays and counterplays, because we keep watching like both teams kind of like switching characters here and there. And, you know, you have to adjust. You know, especially I think we're seeing Gamecocks making some really strong compositions there, and ETSU was constantly having adjust, especially on like Elios earlier. And so, you know, just the constant plays and counter plays, people able to come in here, make these essential switches, because sometimes you just have to know when something's not working. And, you know, I think these teams definitely know that, and they're trying to maintain their hold as best they can. They try and work with what they have, you know, until it stops working. But, you know, they know when to back out. And I think that's a very important part of Overwatch, is knowing, you know, when you need to make the switch.
Absolutely, and that is the beauty of Overwatch as well. Knowing that there are so many of these characters which you can just swap to mid game and change the fight off. And as you said, this is exactly how Overwatch should be played, and they're playing it at an extremely high level. And now we go to Temple of Anubis, a coveted 2CP map, probably one of the only 2CP maps in competitive Overwatch when it comes to tournaments. And the only map, in my opinion, which is of all three, honestly, because who's gonna play on Paris or Horizon Lunar Colony? They'd be absolutely insane if they did.
Yeah, Horizon Lunar Colony is definitely not the map of choice, but I will say something to keep in mind, especially if we make it to this point B, assuming that we do. We were talking about that early investment on King's Row, that spawn point being so close, and that's even more so the case on Temple of Anubis. That spawn point in point B is just so close that the defending team is just able to make it right back out, and it's really hard to get a hold on that final capture point. You really have to get that team kill if you want to go all the way with the capture on that one. So I'm interested to see if ETSU will be able to pull that off, or if we're going to be pretty stalled on that second point.
And it seems that ETSU are going again with this bunker composition. Quite honestly, they just want to hold the point and not move at all. They just want to poke out the competition, letting their DPS do the work. And once again with this snipe on Snoozy, no one there to actually take him down. And once again, look at that, already rushing the point, but my Oxygen taking down Burbo. Providing the trade, my Oxygen at 2, Word Carnisa taking out Zac. And look at how dynamic this team is. Every single player playing every single role, just swapping it up at God knows how. And the only person not playing different roles, always being on this hit scan. But the rest of the team always mixing and matching to see what is best for them.
Oh yeah, and we saw this on Havana, we saw this on Ilios. Ents being back on this Widowmaker is just so critical. Ent just got taken out, but you know what I'm saying. Ents was, in that last fight, able to pick off Snoozy early, and it really brought that into that 5v6, and especially being down that healer, that Moira, coming into that fight is very critical in helping them, come out on top of ETSU there. Those healers have been very critical throughout this entire tournament, and just losing one of them can definitely turn the tide of a fight.
Oh, and there comes the tire, and it gets 2!
Oh, Oxygen! Finding 2 with that Riptire, and then Ents finding Burmy as well. Oh, making another one onto Snoozy.
And the DPS players of both teams just providing such a menace, they just can't be stopped. Once one of them gets going, they're just on a tear. It's either you stop them in their tracks or you die. There's no in between with either of these DPS players. You either shut them down or you go back to spawn, and that comes down to what option you want to pick.
Yeah, and I do have to say, on the side of ETSU, it seems like there's a lot of investment whenever they run the Sombra. It seems like there's so much investment into that EMP, and sometimes it just feels like it takes a little bit too long to charge that up. Like we see J-Ready and Word, and then Ent especially getting these early picks right there, and it doesn't seem like, they're even able to come in. ETSU isn't even able to really get in here, and Sponk is just kind of chilling in the back line with the Sombra, not really able to hack anybody, not really able to do much, just kind of on standby. And being down that man when you're going into these head-on team fights. But there we go. There's the EMP coming in. They are going for the dive, but it looks like he's gonna get a little hung up there. Zac getting stuck in this trap, and Oxygen is still able to find some pick with this Junkrat, and then they are as well going for that res onto Enigma. And Zac diving in here, I don't think going to be able to stay alive too long. We are still seeing a little bit of investment from ETSU, though, trying to just get as much contest as they can in here. But J-Ready and Oxygen just absolutely shutting this push down.
Absolutely, and the main reason they cannot even enter that entry choke is because of Ent on that high ground, making sure no one can come through there, watching that sightline like a hawk. And it just comes down to how these teams just come and play around it, whether they take the high ground to the side or whether they come in and just rush to the point. And look, that's exactly what they're doing. A random person on this ball, creating so much of a havoc, and trades coming in from both sides. Agolic with an excellent res onto Enigma. And this point just might be done and over. It's just Spunk on this point, and they are done as well. And now Spunk once again coming back, trying to still stall this point out. And that's it, GG.
ETSU not even able to get a single tick on point A. You know, I was talking about point B, but they weren't even able to get that single tick on point B. All that Gamecocks have to do is just get one tick on the point, and they will take this map.
And that's the power of double shield. There's just so much sustain. There's just so much blockade. And it's so hard to even break that composition. And no one was even there to take down End on this high ground. No one was there to compete with him. Burmo trying their best, but it just wasn't enough. And just providing to be such a critical player of this team, carrying this team on their back at times as well.
Yeah, you know, I was saying earlier about, you know, the Sombra pick. You know, sometimes it's really good, but there's just so much investment that goes into that because, you know, if you go in for the EMP was huge. Spunk definitely got a huge EMP. It was a very nice one. But, you know, we saw Zach go for that dive with the Winston and then get stuck in the trap. And there really just wasn't too much follow-up. And they spent so much time waiting for the EMP play that by the time it happened, you know, they didn't have much time on the clock and nothing really came of it. And unfortunately, that kind of ate up their time just trying to push those head-on 5v6 fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And that also comes down to how MyOxygen played around their tanks. Just spamming this choke point with bombs. And look at that, they're coming back in with the Pharah. Oh my, how is this gonna play out for them? This is gonna be so much damage inside. Spunk has to make sure MyOxygen does not get enough damage and is being out of their sightlines. And has to be the player to take MyOxygen down. Spunk, it comes down to Spunk taking that hit scan drone into their hands and taking down MyOxygen. Already taking down MyOxygen. Spunk proving their worth, but End taking down Spunk, and the high ground just might be theirs. Burmo taking out End though, and Snoozy with a wonderful res onto Spunk. And the first team fight may just be going in the way of ETSU. A wonderful hold. Burmo once again taking out MyOxygen.
Oh, they're still going in. Random person and Brian finishing off
just
Word and
stalling it out. Just stalling them out. And look at that. MyOxygen immediately switching to this Hanzo, knowing that they can't do anything on that Pharah because there's just 2 hit scans to take them down.
Yeah, you know, this double shield with this damage boosted Ashe is, oh well. Snoozy is able to get that res though, this damage boosted Ashe. Still doing quite a lot for them, and you know, like I said, rocking this double shield as well. And just still managing to find some of these picks though, especially on the Burmu, because he's got to really kind of poke out there to find some of those picks. But it does look like ETSU is going to maintain for now, and they are still building up quite a few ultimates. You know, both teams are building up those ults, but you know, the side of ETSU, they're gonna have the Graphitic Flux ready, the Valkyrie, the Widowmaker ult, they have the window as well, and Spunk just now threw that Bob, but already up to 40%, so they are still managing to keep some ultimates charged up and in their back pocket, preparing for these next, you know, team fights, and they're really gonna have to stay on point if they want to win this, because all Gamecocks need is 1 tick and it's over.
Absolutely, and looks like that they're coming through this flank route, and oh, and look at that, that was huge.
Oh my
taking
gosh,
down
ready.
Right, Enigma taking down random person, and that's the tank and healing gone. Agolic resing J ready, MyOxygen taking down Spunk, and this game might just be over.
I think it is.
Can anyone touch
Mercy alive? But unfortunately, they aren't going to be able to make it. And Gamecocks are going to win and force us into another match.
Absolutely. And End once again proving to be such an influential player do this entire game, in fact, repping that New York Excelsior skin. And look at that!
Oh, the midair! Oh my gosh!
Wonderful. Excellent caliber. And coming into this next match, ETS, you have to take into account on how to counter Ent and My Oxygen and this entire team, in fact, but most importantly, Ent. This one player just creating such chaos on their side, always getting these important pickoffs, always getting those worthwhile pickoffs, which just changed the tide of this fight entirely into the side of Gamecocks.
Absolutely. You know, we went a long time there without seeing too much contest onto Ent. You know, Ent was really stuck there for a minute, just chilling in one spot, just getting these picks, not really getting anyone diving, not really getting anyone contesting, just sitting there with that Mercy with that damage boost. But I do want to take a minute to explain, because we are going to have another match. That match is going to happen at 4:30. It's going to be between Gamecocks and ETSU once again. This is the final. It is double elimination, so because ETSU has yet to be defeated, or up until now, this was their first defeat, they are going to have to face the Gamecocks once again. So you know, definitely stay tuned for the final. You know, it's a little confusing. But the next match is what's going to decide who wins this bracket, Gamecocks or ETSU, you know, so definitely come back and watch that at 4:30. Be here. We'll be here. You guys should too.
We will, and we have a 15-minute break, so, you know, maybe get yourself a tea. Maybe some biscuits on the side, and you know, read a book. Heard a lot of good books are coming out these days. I feel like
these days. But yeah, definitely stay tuned. Come back at 4:30 to see who wins the final. Again, I know it's a little confusing, but you know, this next match is what's going to be winner takes all. And once again, we do want to remind you, when you come back, if you can, throw in a donation if you get the opportunity. We are going to go for a break right now. But when you come back, see if you can make a donation. Any small amount counts. It's all going to Make-A-Wish Georgia. That's what we're here for. That's what we're playing for. So thank you guys for watching, and we will be back at 4:30.
Christmas tree. The leaves are so unchanging. Oh, Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree. The leaves are so unchanging. Not only green when summer's here, but also when it's cold and drear. Oh, Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree. Such pleasure do you bring me. Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree. The leaves are so unchanging. Oh, Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree. The leaves are so unchanging. Come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Come ye to Bethlehem. Come and behold him, born the King of angels. Come, let us adore him. Come, let us adore him.
everybody, welcome back. We are getting into this final match. This is the final match. You know, we had a quote unquote final between Gamecocks and ETSU, but we are coming into first map of the final matchup. You know, I tried to explain it a little bit, but the bracket that we're doing is a double elimination, and so since ETSU had been undefeated until last game, they do still get another chance. So if ETSU is defeated this time, then Gamecocks will be the winners. So we're gonna see how this pans out, and we do have a replacement on the side of the Gamecocks. We're gonna have Spaghetto subbing in for J Ready.
Yeah, and Spaghetto in the past known for their off tank, but now they'll be coming in with the Reinhardt playing the main tank. And we'll see how it fares up to Zach. Zach, as we know, absolutely dominant on this Reinhardt, landing some insane shatters throughout the entire match. So this is going to be an interesting battle to pan out. And in the end, look at that. The side of Gamecocks coming out with this, originally coming out with a very standard composition with the Symmetra Junkrat, but now switching up to this Reaper Junkrat, using that Symmetra just to get to spawn a little earlier and taking up this high ground.
Now it looks like we are going to see some more combos coming in with this Zarya Hanzo. With Oxygen though, drawing first blood onto Zach, and it looks like the rest of the team is looking to capitalize. But Spunk gonna knock out Spaghetto, but it looks like Gamecocks are gonna take first capture nonetheless.
Yeah, that was a brilliant fight win. Spunk immediately get by, immediately pick up. Already making a difference right after coming back from the grave. Now they're just stuck in there. Look at that, only % barely getting any progress onto that point. And now Gamecocks have to wait for their spawns to come back in. And look at Spunk already on 89. It's a round of ult. Both these, so just come how tires are used. But look at that, both jumping down, but once again.
Oh my gosh, the grab puts the Dragon Strike coming in! Spunk getting two and Bermu getting two as well! Oh my god. Absolutely insane there coming in from ETSU. Very nice job there, like we said. Those combos coming in. Once again, proving very essential. But I'm excited to see how Gamecocks strike. Oh, here we go. Speaking of the strike back, unfortunately, Spunk is going to take out that Riptire and stop that before it can do any damage.
Yeah, ETSU, once they have a game plan, they just stick with it. They say, you're gonna have to counter our game plan no matter how many times you counter it. We are still gonna run the same thing and it's still gonna work. And what a wonderful biotic grenade landed by Snoozy. Helping
but the save with the sound barrier though.
Great beat drop, and Spaghetto taking out Zach, helping them move to point, but Burby with two!
Oh my god!
Triple this res! No! Top them! Using that Valkyrie! And oh my!
Zach just instantly gets revived and just starts swinging and finds two. Oh my goodness. They are just making a very impressive hold right now. Zach instantly getting that revive, a very clutch res coming in from Brian. I think that ETSU was already doing decently well there during that fight, but Brian getting off that res onto Zach, really just securing that fight win. But it looks like Word is trying to sneak in here with the Zarya and then throwing the grab, and then Ed sneaking up, finding four with the, oh my god, with the Death Blossom. Getting four, and then Enigma even coming in here, getting in on the action, finding Spunk, and they are going to flip this at 99%.
That is insanity, but look at the amount of ults that have been used on the side of Gamecocks, and look at the ults coming back in from ETSU. That Grab Dragon is going to be coming back in once again, and they're at 99%. They have to be very, very careful, otherwise this map might just be over. And look at
there's
that,
the grab
immediately coming out, and there it is! Picking out two, but Word Karsner getting Zach, but Spunk using that tire to take out my Oxygen. Only 3 left, and the rest coming back in.
Oh, there's
Only
the
3
nano
people left
as
on this
well.
point. They have to back away immediately, or they're just gonna keep stalling the point.
Gotta go!
Tries to get as many people. No one
Oh
can
my
take this
gosh.
point. It's down to overtime, and that Shatter, even though it
Nearly
was
there,
huge,
but not quite. Oh my gosh, ETSU gonna take round 1 here on Lijiang.
Spaghetto with a brilliant Shatter, getting a lot of people to the floor there, but no one to capitalize on it once again, proving that, you know, ETSU are just that good at just coordinating amongst their team members and making sure no one dies. And all those ultimates, as I stated before, ETSU were coming back in with so many different ultimates just to change the title.
Yeah, they did a very good job
fight
saving.
immediately, and we saw that right off the bat.
Yeah, no, they did such a good job saving those ultimates, just like maintaining that ult economy. You know, they didn't invest too much into the save. They saved them up because they knew they were going to lose, and they knew when to back out. They knew to save those ultimates for the next push, and I think that was very important in flipping that final time and just securing that. But it looks like ETSU gonna get to the point first, thanks to the help of Sponk's Symmetra teleporter, but Word is gonna draw first blood onto Snoozy. Oh, there's Brian getting off that res though, but Word just still going in there.
Yeah, an absolutely clutch lamp from Enigma, putting that lamp on, making sure their team doesn't die. Thanks to that, again, biotic grenade from Snoozy. Her biotic grenades have been so good throughout the entirety. It's just been such a consistent figure when it comes to landing those biotic grenades, landing those sleeps. And as a support, she is doing her job marvelously. It just comes down to the entire team as to whether they can with her support.
Absolutely, definitely like leaving room with those antis, leaving room with those sleeps. Just giving ETSU some space to get in there and capitalize. And I think she's done a really good job giving her team those windows to just push in there and get that early pick that can be really pivotal, you know, going into the next fight. And there's the window coming in though, from the side of Gamecoccyx, trying to get that damage in before they can make it to the point. They're kind of hanging out in the side room, but it looks like ETSU is going to make the move with the help of that Valkyrie from Brian. Ooh, an unfortunate Deadeye coming in from Ent. And then there's the Justice from Oxygen finding 2 though. Random and Zach both gonna be out.
And props Brian once again with this res on Zach, immediately making a difference with a goal, getting this res on Ent and ending this fight finally. This map is looking very different as compared to the last, as to who is exactly dominating. And once again, props Brian just keeps getting these reses out of nowhere. Just coming in, getting those reses and leaving at first sight. And the side of Gamecocks need to do better to shut her down. And what a brilliant rocket from My Oxygen getting Burma, but look at that, the res once again. And the way Props Brian handles their reses is quite frankly something special. It's
I don't know how he keeps getting them off.
And, oh, there's the Gravitic Flux, but catches nobody, thanks to them being out of sight. And they were getting that pick on the Zac though, and there's the visor, but oh my word! The whole hog taking everyone out, and they're just throwing ultimates in. And this match is over. 1-for-1.
Wow, they just threw everything out there. You know, they got that initial pick, Enigma, really getting in there, finding Zac, taking out that shield tank, and then the rest of the team saw that stagger and they took that opportunity to just throw out everything that they had in their back pocket. And it worked out for them. And, you know, they were really able to make a strong hold on the first, on the first map. It was completely different. You know, we were seeing ETSU making a super strong hold, but Gamecocks really coming back on that second map and just saying, no, we're still in this. We're not giving it up that easily.
Exactly, and it just shows how equal these two teams are. Even though we saw how dominant they were on each of these different maps, it just goes to show that they are not giving up, and this is truly shaping up to be an excellent final. And there comes the teleporter from both sides entering this match at the same time.
Oh, Oxygen! Finding 4! Oxygen with the turrets as well as just straight up damage, finding 4 picks on the ETSU alone. Oh my god, that was absolutely insane. You know, both teleporters coming out, but Oxygen just making that difference with the damage. And now that we have Gamecocks in this point, it's gonna be difficult for ETSU to get past this double shield and the sim turrets. It's gonna be pretty difficult for them to really move in here.
Absolutely, and look at how fast this Symmetra burns these enemies. Once she gets going, once these shields break, my Oxygen goes on the tear, just beaming any of her opponents down. She's just like a small charged Zarya with turrets. She's unstoppable in like a lot of scenarios. She's just a mini Zarya, and it's insane that Overwatch could create 2 characters of similar caliber. But look at this composition as well. This double shield, they want to control this point. Zac trying to displacement, and oh, wonderful bionic grenade. Once again, that lamp coming out and trying to stop as much as possible. But Snoozy getting that pick out of Golok. Spunk getting 2. Zac taking out Word Cornerstone, and there is the Death Blossom wrapping up that point. Once again, a wonderful engage from the side of ETSU with that Biotic Grenade. Snoozy setting her team up for success as usual. A consistent performer.
And you know, Spont getting in there, being able with the damage boosted Mercy, that Pharmacy, able to get those 2 picks right off the bat as soon as that Biotic Grenade went out. And then there we go, there's some more justice there for you. Spunk isn't done yet, just finding 2. Getting word, and then going in for another on a Gala, and just keeping up this damage, make it 3, and going down as well. And 4, okay, Enigma, you gotta find another one. Oh, yep, there we go, Oxygen 2 can join in on the party. Zac is just taking care of the death himself. He said, I'll escort myself out of here. But
Zac just wants to help the side of Gamecocks. That they get out of this building, but once again, no one to even deal with this fire. But what a wonderful rock from Spunk! There's
a huge ante! Oh my god, that was insane!
The mines into the grab. This is a new combo coming from ETSU. They're just so good at certain team strats. They're just so well coordinated, coming up with these creative plays.
They're just redefining the meta right now.
They're just changing how this game should be played. And look at that. This is down to final fight territory. They need to get back into this. That oh, there's the Gravitic Flux, but not catching anyone. And Spawn!
Oh my god!
4!
Holy cow, Spunk is just absolutely just raining justice down onto the Gamecocks right now, not giving them any room to breathe with this aura. Oh my goodness, just absolutely unstoppable right now. You know, we saw the rock go out, stopping it for a minute, but...
disconnected again. This is unfair. The match was getting good, and I get disconnected. I'm gonna sue someone. Someone is catching these fists, alright? This is unfair, quite honestly. And I'm quite pissed. I'm quite cheesed. This is, how did that match go, by the way? I didn't get to see it.
Oh, ETSU won.
Oh yeah, that's 1-0 to ETSU, and I'll be coming back in just a second. I don't understand. I don't understand how my Wi-Fi is this bad. It's always one thing after another. One thing after another. First, my laptop was so bad. That it couldn't even render what the fuck was happening. What was happening? Now the Wi-Fi is so bad that it doesn't know what is happening. I'm losing my mind. I want to enjoy these finals. I want to commentate these finals with passion, with vigor, but no. The Wi-Fi said no. Stop that. You're not supposed to enjoy this.
Yeah, we actually didn't tell you. We actually we hired your Wi-Fi to kick you out. Sorry.
That's unfair. Now, why would you do that to me?
It was an inside job. Sorry.
Charles, you need to stop that right now, man. You need to stop that. This is rude. This is just plain rude. This is oh, maybe if I get disconnected again, we could get another $100 donation, huh? Yeah. Come on.
Well, if we get $100 donation, we'll just make we'll just make him leave. We won't invite him
I'll
back.
just leave if you donate $100, man. If that's what you want, I can just go. Don't worry about it.
I do want to, on the note of donations, though, we did have a call out, chat. You've been called out. ETSU Uncle Jeff, thank you so much for the $20 donation. And they said, can we start a donation train, or is chat too scared? I don't know, chat. Are you scared? Are you scared of the donation train? Uncle Jeff thinks so. ETSU Uncle Jeff thinks you're scared of the donation train. But thank you so much for the $20 donation. Let's see if we can get a donation train rolling. That'd be amazing. All these donations are going straight to Make-A-Wish Georgia, supporting an amazing and beautiful cause, helping these kids fulfill their wishes. So thank you guys so much for all your donations. If you have already donated, thank you so much for everything that you guys have given, and thank you just for watching and just supporting the stream.
Thank you indeed. And ETSU Uncle Jeff asking if chat is scared, but it looks like it's actually Gamecocks who are, because Jesus, ETSU looking up to be this formidably scary team, which a team which I hopefully, thank God, I'm casting, not on the other side of air.
I know, thank God we're not playing.
Thank God we're not on the other side of this carnage, committing some absolutely egregious acts. ETSU. However, we will be going to Havana once again. It seems that both teams like Havana. Gamecocks did win Havana pretty convincingly. No, wait, Gamecocks lost Havana, sorry. But it seems they do want to go back to Havana, maybe give it a second shot. Be like, no, we're just going to put Ent on this Widowmaker, and we're going to show you what it means to win Havana with absolute power and overthrowing the undefeated. Well, at this point, not undefeated anymore, but well, in our hearts, undefeated champions.
Undefeated in our hearts, and that's what really matters. But this was their first loss, though, like, of the entire tournament. Like, all jokes aside, that was their very first loss, and that's why we are having another game. Is just because it is double elimination, so they do get this other chance just because they went undefeated throughout the entirety of the tournament. And ETSU was able to send Gamecocks to the redemption bracket, but Gamecocks have really, they're trying to come back. They made a strong stand last game, and they pulled themselves out of that redemption bracket. So there definitely is still some hope for Gamecocks to win this whole thing. And I'm just excited to see what happens. Gamecocks, it was close on Havana. ETSU did take Havana, but Gamecocks made it a really close match, and they had some different strategies than ETSU when they were handling this map. When Gamecocks were on the defensive, we saw them really having that fight right outside the initial spawn room, as opposed to ETSU that kind of went for the backwards kind of defense there. But I definitely am excited to see how this goes, because like we said, it was a very interesting match on Havana last time, and so I really think this is anybody's game right now.
And look at the team compositions are almost similar. The only difference is with Enigma on this Lucio and Props Brian on this Mercy, both providing to be very influential players in their own rights, and to see how this composition works out differently for both teams. The main reason we can see this Lucio is to just speed boost them in, get them in their faces, and just brawl it out. That could be why the Lucio pick is coming out, where Brian just wants these important reses, making sure the team is never, at a disadvantage. So this is going to be extremely important and vital to see how exactly these two teams come face to face with these different compositions, and already taking out Burmo.
And we do have double sniper, by the way, on the side of ETSU. We have the Hanzo as well as the Widowmaker. And then Brian, once again, able to get these nice resurrections in, bringing back Burmu. But it looks like Gamecocks are ready to get up in their face during this fight, just pushing up there with that Reinhardt and that Zarya, and pretty much just forcing them back. Spunk is still up here on this high ground, but it looks like he's about to get a contest from Oxygen out of nowhere. And then Burmu is able to get Ent back, though. Both teams down that DPS right now, and there's the Nano going out onto Random Person. Doesn't look like it's... Yeah, that was an interesting shatter there. It looks like 2 dead shatters. It's dead shatters for both teams. But Oxygen is able to find Brian. Oh! A huge anti, though!
But what just happened here? And it seems that the better grab came out from Random Person, and this fight's a wrap. And still getting the better of Random Person, but in the end, they need to back off. However, Weird Karsner still wants to fight on this point, trying to stall as much as possible, not backing away.
Here's the spinning from J Ready.
Yeah, J Ready coming back in on this Hammond, just trying to provide as much chaos again as possible. And as we know, we saw that grab into the mine combination, which came out from ETSU actually. So this could go very differently. And oh, here comes the Nano Boost onto the Zarya, but oh
there we go,
here
there's
comes
the Blade.
Nano Blade picking up no one and taking down Frog with that snipe. Wonderful shot from him. And look at that, the side of ETSU slowly going down, Edge with 3. This is what we mean by someone who can just deadlift this team out and getting them this point.
Wow, absolutely insane coming in there from Ent. You know, we've been seeing it time and time again. Ent just getting these major picks and really, you know, leading the charge, you know, not necessarily on the front lines, but just giving his team that opportunity to push in. And they're so good about capitalizing, you know. It's so often that you see these picks with the Widowmaker like that onto Snoozy. You see these picks, but then, you know, the rest of the team isn't able to push in and capitalize. But, you know, they do such a good job of working together and really getting in there.
And there's the grab dragon! Finding nobody, however, because whoever was in that grab died. And look at the trades coming out. Paul Brian getting the res on Snoozy, but Snoozy immediately going down. Zach trying to get this charge pin, but for no reason.
More dragons.
The dragon comes out, getting nobody. And there's the mines just denying the space. And this cart is just getting pushed for free with no one being able to contest it. And once again, being such a menace on this high ground.
Oh, finally gonna get taken out by Spunk. But then, unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna do. Oh, the sleep onto Spunk! I saw that! Oh my gosh, Oxygen finding Spunk as well as Snoozy. Oh my gosh, from Agala, that was an amazing sleep on a Spunk. Spunk was looking like he was ready to go for the long fight and contest that, but just absolutely shut down by that sleep dart.
Absolutely, and look at that Spunk slowly coming in on this blade once again. Maybe a redemption blade for him, this Nano already fully charged. And Zach now switching to this monkey, making sure that this dive competition is gonna come out with this monkey 9. And oh, there he goes, and Spunk is up with his blade. But to no avail. And here comes the dragons, finding nobody, but pushing them to the side corner, zoning them out. And here comes the again. Doesn't get anybody. Snoozy with the wonderful grenade on my Oxygen. J already taking on Vermo though. And the blade finding nobody once again. It looks like the side of Gamecocks now know how to combat this Nano Blade, as they are not giving anything towards them.
Yeah, you know, Jay Ready got taken out there towards the end, but he was able to knock out 2 and gave them a little bit of space to move this payload up as much as they can. But there is the grab in with the dragons coming out once again. Is going to find Jay Ready and then Spawnk is able to get one as well. Not too critical, but I think it is going to force him back. Oh, maybe not. I was going to say they're going to push us back, but no.
No, they can't be letting this happen. This car is still getting pushed. And goes up the side, however, and here comes the Monkey Rampage getting Snoozy. And there's the Dragons finding nobody, just making space for Monkey to get away. Jared getting the better props right after that res on random person. Once again, getting these reses from out of nowhere, which should not be possible. By Oxygen with an important pickoff on Burmo. Jared getting Spawnk, but Zach getting the better of Jared. Look at the number of trades happening on both these sides. However, spawns do favor ETSU. So it just might not be enough.
Absolutely. You know, we saw this last time where a lot of really good picks were happening. But, you know, like you said, the spawn point is just so close. They're going to have to pretty much get a team wipe here at the same time if they want to push this all the way up. And it looks like Burmy is going to make that a little bit difficult, knocking out Oxygen early, and then Snoozy finding Ent, who made the switch to that Tracer. Oh, J-Ready is able to swing in here. That was a nice wall, though, coming in. Looks like we're having a few trades, but there's the Nano Blade! There it is!
The beat comes out immediately! A wonderful beat from the side of Enigma, getting nobody! Spawnk tries to get Jerry, gets two in Enigma after the blade is done. And Spawnk gets three with the word!
Stop! Someone stop him, please. This has to be illegal, at least somewhere.
Oh, and a wonderful sleep, by the way, from Agalak, with my Oxygen cleaning that up. But Spawnk, once again, even if this man does not get anyone with his blade, his shurikens are just enough to create this significant amount of damage. And look at that card is exactly where it was at the last match. It was stopped at the exact same position. So it just comes down to both these teams pushing this card through a little bit more. We are down to the last 20 seconds. This is final fight territory.
Oh,
and
here we go.
There's the grab.
Oh, huge anti! Oh my god! An absolutely
sending
huge
almost everyone on the side. Sending almost everyone on the side of Gamecoccyx to the floor. And that is the map.
Oh my god. Yeah, it was, you know, they threw that grab out, and you know, it was a big grab, but then they were able to throw in that anti and just completely stop that healing, and then Zach was able to come in there with the shatter, and that was absolutely amazing teamwork there, coming in from ETSU, stopping the Gamecoccyx in their tracks, and the Gamecoccyx were really looking to make a push right there, so that was an absolutely amazing play there, coming in from ETSU, very impressive.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And look at where the card is stopped once again. It's at the same exact position where it was before. Nothing has changed. So you have to wonder why they wanted to go to Havana. Because in the end, ETSU did win that last fight. The last time they came to Havana. And even after, the card stopped at the same exact location. So unless the side of Gamecoccyx come up with a different strategy to combat this, you might just be looking at the same result.
Yeah, and I'm definitely excited to see how Gamecoccyx is going to do on defense. You know, they are running this double shield, going to be running that Sigma Orisa, which we have seen work out very well for them, you know, in these most recent rounds. So I definitely think that it's going to be a little bit hard to get past this double shield. But we do have a very interesting composition, though. From the side of ETSU, we have the Mei, the Soldier, the Ball, the Zarya. This is definitely a unique composition.
Yeah, once again, look at the freeze immediately coming out. And this Mei is now going to provide such a pivotal part to stopping Zach on this Hammond. If Zach does not... And look at that, the stun and into the freeze. Zach is not going to be doing anything if this kind of pressure is going to keep being applied to it. But Burma taking down Ent, a wonderful headshot onto her. And look at that, it's just this weird brawl fight in this in the middle of an ice wall. It's all hell's broken loose. We don't know what the hell's happening anymore. Zach just trying to get as much chaos as possible, but Burmo taking advantage of it with two.
This soldier pick isn't very common, but he's making it work, finding Ent as well. And they are just rolling through, ready to fight this Mei. Oxygen nearly able to make the great escape there over the wall. But it looks like ETSU is going to be able to push this up all the way. I'm not sure if Gamecoc's going to go for the contest. Oh my god, that huge ante though, coming in from Snoozy once again. She is absolutely on fire with those antes.
Yeah, she absolutely is. And once again, such a consistent performer for this team. And the way Zach is now using this ball is to just displace them as much as possible and run away. But if he gets caught out for even a moment, he is dead. He is fighting this game now on razor-thin edges. He's living on the edge, in fact. It's do or die for this man. If he screws up even once, it's back to spawn for him.
Oh, there's the Mei. Oh my gosh. And then the grab and the graphitic flux. So much coming out from both teams right now. And then there's the visor as well. J-Ready able to get that pick with the graphitic flux, but Oxygen finding two. Random person is able to take out J-Ready, but I don't think that's going to be too pivotal. Oh, the sleep right there. I saw that. Gonna get woken up though by the Zarya. Yeah, Oxygen back up and swinging.
Absolutely, and look at that. Look at the number of ultimates on the side of Gamecocks, and a wonderful mind just splitting this team apart, making sure they get at least a little more card progress. However, not getting any kills. And again, the amount of ultimates coming out from Gamecocks, they could influence this fight immediately. But oh, J-Ready has been caught out by Oxygen. However, finishing this pick off onto Burbo, and there's the visor for trying to get as much as possible and doesn't really get anyone, but just provides this zoning sort of ultimate. Spawn, however, has come back on this Tracer. Just gets domed in the head by my Oxygen.
Oxygen is just sniping people with this Mei, you know? When we had the Widowmaker 1v1s, and I don't remember exactly who it was, but we did have a Mei versus Widowmaker, and I was joking that it was just Ice Widowmaker, and Oxygen is definitely just sniping with this Mei right now. You know, Ed isn't on that Widowmaker, he's got to pick up the slack.
Oh, and a great displacement.
Oh my gosh.
And oh, there's the Blizzard. Everyone caught in there, but pushing away immediately. Not being able to push out thanks to that Blizzard, just zoning them. And look at that. The grab is going to be coming into the nano. And oh! But Zach goes down immediately. Random person, however, gets J-Ready and also goes down. And that should be the team fight. A wonderful grab and a wonderful team fight win for the side of ETSU, finally capturing point B.
God, Brian just going in right there with the Baptiste. All these healers they're just sick of it. They're just doing all this damage and these sleeps right now. They're just going in at this point. But no, that was an amazing team fight there coming in from ETSU, really able to get in there. You know, we saw they got a little bit stuck there when both the windows went out, but they were definitely able to recover quickly. And then, oh my gosh, Ent popping this visor, getting that early pick and a Burmu, gonna go ahead and stall them just a little bit. And it looks like Gamecocks are gonna try and push up here and find another one onto Spunk as well. Oxygen on that McCree. And they are still running this double shield though, so you know, it is still gonna be kind of hard to get through. Zach has been doing a pretty good job though so far of using that Hammond to really swing in there, like just now, just swing in there and break up that double shield composition.
Absolutely, and again, some really good bubbles. And oh, there's the
visor with the flock.
Burbo taking out Ed, but J-Ready taking down Zach. So once again, this team fight has been going off of multiple trades, but Probs Brian with this res once again.
God.
Just coming in and I'm so confused. No one is even trying to stop this man going on a tear. He just goes in there with his little bow and arrow and shoot whoever comes in his way. Props Brian probably saving them that team fight with that res. And look at the cart almost reaching the checkpoint. This is the final fight for the side of Gamecocks if they want this map to be 1-for-1.
Oh,
This
there's the
is
grab
it.
with the anti! Oh my gosh, pairing that grab with the anti, Snoozy and Burmu able to take out Enigma and Oxygen, and then Zack finding ends. Do still have Word alive here with the Roadhog as well as Jay ready with the ball, but Snoozy's gonna shut that down really quickly, throwing out the mines as well. Oh, nearly making it there, so close. Having some Odysseus coming out, but they're able to get it. Oh my god, just not able to stay alive, and ETSU is going to win Havana once again.
Yeah, so like we said, if there was no change of strategy, no change of plans, this match just might have gone the same way. It's thanks to random person's grabs. Every single time this person comes in with this Zarya, she just changes the way this match is fought. Even in this fight, the match was going, the team fight was going the way of Gamecocks, but thanks to this one grab and thanks to this one high charge Zarya, she just changed everything.
Absolutely, and just getting that Zarya in there, getting those antis, really coordinating with the team is what, that's what decides these. One player alone, it's easy to sometimes see the feed and say that, they're either carrying or they're doing something more than the others, but it's really everybody coming together to make these impressive plays, and they do, both teams, honestly. We're talking about ETSU right now, but both teams, honestly, just do such a good job coming in here and just working so well together. It's so impressive and it's so inspiring to see. For people that want to, if you want to watch, what to do, how to play Overwatch, just watch one of these games and watch what these guys do, because these guys know what they're doing.
Absolutely, and coming down now, it's down to the wire for Gamecocks. If they do not win this next match, they're on their last lap. If they lose any more maps, they're out. And this final has been wrapped up by ETSU, nice and clean. So Gamecocks need to be coming to this next map with more ferocity and more pressure and more power than we have seen them before. And we will be casting the ferocity with Uwu. We will be Uwu casting the next map. We'll be casting this. We'll be casting them on their final legs, their last miracle of a hope. This final match, and we will be casting it with
decided
Uwu.
with Uwus.
The fate of Gamecocks. The fate of Gamecocks to be decided with Uwu casting. Whoever did this, I don't know who did this. You're making a mockery out of us. This is what it is. A mockery.
The direct call out, but we do have the handy dandy little donation sheet. ETSU Autoclave, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Hopefully your note may come true. It's looking like it. But here we go. We got AKA Deadpool with the $20 donation. Said, I'm down for this dono train, Jeff. Deadpool is matching you, Uncle Jeff. You called out chat for being scared of the dono train, but Deadpool isn't afraid to throw in that $20 as well. But we do have the person who is forcing us into this woo. Spaghetto, thank you so much for the $201 donation. Who said, "Go Gamecocks, go!" So hopefully Gamecocks can pull out a win here on this next map, stay alive, and make this match go on for even longer.
I don't think you read that correctly. I don't think you read that.
Okay, listen, I
don't think you read that.
I didn't read it completely correctly. If they mean Gamecocks. Okay, listen. Alright, you don't have to call me out like this while I'm reading
I think
the
you're
donation.
doing a disservice to our audience by not reading out the donation in its full. That's just my opinion.
Okay, the team is Gamecocks, and Spaghetto said, "Go Cox, go." There you go. Are you happy now? Are you happy now
Yes.
that I've read the note?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you need to be fined for cursing. Yeah, I think that's $100 donation from
No.
you.
We do have one
I'm
more
sorry.
donation as well. ETSU Autoclave throwing in a $9 donation on top of the $20 donation. So thank you so much, Autoclave. And thank you so much to everybody else that has donated so far. We now we do have Torbs. We did we did get choose the characters, so we are going to have some Torbjorn gameplay. Some Torbjorn
can't hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, now they can hear us.
Hey,
I
welcome
think.
back.
Hello, we're back.
We lost you for a minute.
We missed you. We
But
missed you.
I don't know
and
when
we
it
hope
cut off.
you stay with us
Stay with
for
us.
this match. We hope for more donations. More
God,
nations.
it's just as bad as last time. But if you didn't hear us, I don't know when the Twitch audio just left.
This game is turning out to be quite something.
Ed Harsh has been getting kicked out the entire time, but now the audio just left. They said he's not gonna get kicked out of the game, so I'm just gonna leave. But I don't know when.
This audio's sick and tired of me. Maybe
I don't
it's
know
my
when the
voice.
audio cut out.
This is what
but
you did.
If you can't tell, we have to do Woo casting with Torbjorns. So that is gonna be quite
Weinhardt with
the
the
game.
sweater.
A Weinhardt with the
word.
sweater. Oh my god.
The fire strike to the amplification matrix.
Fire strike with tire.
The whip tire. Destroying the enemy tweam.
Tweem.
Si mets-toi. Si mets-toi. Si mets-toi. Si mets-toi. Si mets-toi. Si mets... That just sounds like French.
It does. I was about
Can
to
we
say.
have French casting? Can we
It
French?
sounds a little French.
Sounds a little French.
It
Can
sounds
we
a little
mock the
French. We're
Can we
gonna
have
have to-
French casting? Can we have French casting, please? I don't like
Some
French.
Woot 66. Wait, what
We
am I?
wing
Wait,
it.
what am I saying? It's Hollywood.
Hollywood.
Oh, Hollywood.
We're going to
Hollywood for the
Vertical
final.
crisis. The composition coming out from ETSU. It's the double shield with
Double
the
shield.
sniper and the Torbjorn.
We have
The
Torbs on
Torbjorn's
either
coming
team.
out.
Spunk and Word on the Torb.
On the Torb.
Ready to get some plays.
The plays that will come out from Torbjorn's ult.
Some hammer plays from the
I'm looking
Torbjorn.
to see some hammers. Some hammer duets. The blob. I hope the blob is influential. And there we go. And on this Echo, spamming in this damage. And they slowly make their way to point. As they've taken this high ground, ETSU, they've taken high ground. Making sure no one comes here and Spunk with the torrent! Gets one! Bravo gets Enigma! Oh my! A great start for ETSU! And there's the team fight! Going the way of ETSU with random person finishing off a garlic and Ent. Oh my! This core position working out very well for them so far.
Very well indeed. That turret
And now-
actually is helping very much.
The torrent, please.
On the high ground, this turret is helping very much.
Indeed, this torrent is putting in this spam damage and making sure it does not die. They're alternating between these shields very well, not being able to displace them. And taking down Splunk's torrent, now leading to this absurd amount of spawn damage and taking down
the arrow!
Oh
The
my,
arrow
the
getting
res comes in immediately from Snoozy. Oh my god. Wildcarders are again taking down Splunk's torrent, but random person getting the pick off into a garlic and with two though. Oh my word, and there's the Tornado! But Word still gets through with his torrent, and that's the game. That's the point playing in the way of Gamecoccyx. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my!
Oh my
wonderful
word.
talent placement from the side of Red gets them this map win. And look at that! Already taking the high ground, ETSU.
some very well placed storm turrets coming out on the payload right now. Still have the turret going out for this Torbjorn. And then we get the resurrection coming in from Mercy. And then the Dragon Strike as well.
But look at that! This fight is going very trading! There's a lot of trading in this fight! But Splunk, however, saying no to the side of Gamecoccyx. They don't want him to come into the point anymore. Probs one finishing off with some insane web twist play. Oh my! Once again, Probs one showing that they're not only good with this web twist, showing that they're just not a stinky Mercy brain, but also very good at aiming. And oh, Zach is coming back. The monkey, and the monkey jump away. Oh, Oxygen taking those squawks throwing, and there's a lot of damage gone now. And the grab, there's nothing to complain it. The land coming out, he wasted on that, but Bob is also on point. This cart is still moving with no one. That much spot! The hammer! Look at it! Oh my god! Oh my god! Crazy plays! This squad has almost reached point B!
And then we got the Valkyrie coming in as well. Still holding right now. Well, they're trying to move the payload right now. Random person and Bermu finding J-Weddy as well as Word, and they are gonna stop them. Oh my word. Some amazing plays coming in, holding this high ground right now, keeping up the damage with the Mercy.
We absolutely. And look at Wonky. Wonky's ready with this ultimate. The side of ETSU ready with their ultimates. But Splunk getting the turret. Oh my god! Already strolling the side of Gamecoccyx. They can't really come in and actually do anything. All they can do is have this spam damage. And there's the win to counter the Gamecoccyx flux. Once again, well placed beat for timing from the side of Funding. And when getting this kill on the Splunk, my Oxygen getting the kill on Splunk getting this double kill onto Ian and J-Weddy, and Burmo ending it up with Enigma. Wow, some great plays on the side of ETSU. And Red is just on my Oxygen on its high ground, trying to get as much damage as possible, building up to this grab. Seeing her doing whatever she can.
Oh, J-Weddy taking out Burmu though. And we picked their Word as well, finding Spunk.
And wow, there's the grab! It can anyone
out of the payload! Oh my gosh, the
Torb ultimate into the grab! Oh my god! This Gamecoccyx flux is just being used in so many different and creative ways! Absolutely insane!
Crazy plays! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Coming in the bomb!
More Oxygen getting this guy and Enigma picking up Zach. Here comes the spawn, however. They need to finish them up, but Spawn getting the kill on it. And that's the reaching point. My Oxygen with the double.
Finding Brian. Brian gonna go down, and then another flux. The huge flux from J-Weddy. Finding 3.
J-Weddy, saying no. We are going to throw you out in your spawn now. Combine, don't come out, please. We want to keep you there. Making this quad just get some free push before it reaches this choke point. Zach now on this wine hard. We're combined with this
sweater.
And there's the Gamecoccyx bringing up the end with the Dragon Strike. Getting the better of Zwag. This car is still pretty pushed, but Bambo with 2 Spark with the covered quill. Bambo with the bomb kill as well, and that's a wrap on this team fight. Oh my, oh my.
A crazy team kill there.
Yes, you're absolutely right. My throat is
Absolutely
going to give
wild
up when the
crazy
end
plays.
is back. I will write spaghetti to pay for medical insurance. Please.
Please.
I'm losing my vocal cords. However, I'm taking out this Splunk Stowing, and there's the molten core! Getting nobody but and oh my! 3! Profit 4!
I need word! The Torbjorn hammer!
You want the day ready! Oh my!
Was not ready for that!
Jay Weddy wasn't ready indeed!
Jay Weddy wasn't ready!
And there's the molten core for red! Just waking space, and that's a wonderful little bionic grenade from Snoozy! And what the
Quacer? The Quacer ends with the
He has been nano boosting my oxygen now going on this track, making sure that the better of Splunk. However, leaving him alone while taking out
Enigma and Splunk with the Torbjorn with another hammer! Oh my word!
And this squad getting stopped right outside Point C. I'm pretty sure Gamecoccyx must be very annoyed with themselves with not being able to push the entire card. And oh my, a great stall from the side of ETSU. And this is shaping up to be another wonderful match. If Gamecoccyx want to win, they have to swap them before this card reaches. Otherwise, it's game over for them.
I'm on the floor.
Why are you on the floor? You need to be questing with me. Come on.
Too crazy. Too much woo.
This is just some hammer quills, man.
Spare me the woo. These plays are too crazy and you're a woo.
I don't know what you mean. This is just my true form. This is how I should have quested from the start.
Voice.
I've now got super swan. I've now got super swan. This is how it was meant to be.
To be. To be or not to be, please.
That is the real question. And look at that. The core position coming out from the side of Gamecoccyx. Coming in. Roy Oxygen on this hog. With Jay Wedgie on the Sigma. And Burma though, picking to go with this Farah. As there's not a lot of people who get contested except when Stowit. She has to be a little worried of that. Otherwise, she might die very quickly in a very short thread. But my Oxygen getting the better of Splunk. Using his hands to deal the damage. Zach, however, trying to sprint around. Trying to get the bread off them. Going on this backline offense, hiding there. And look at that, he's on point now. He's gonna get stalled by my getting the bit of swag after that wonderful hook from my Oxygen. Wow, some great plays from them. Building up this ultimate very quickly. And already at 60% with Enigma on 66.
Still having some follow-up plays, taking out the turret from Ward, and it looks like they're gonna be trying to come in here. Ooh, another hook from the Roadhog, gonna be forced down. Ooh, Zach with the swam onto the point. The resurrection still coming in from both Mercies. Still going the
and
nano
look at that.
onto the Sigma.
However, the nano boost has been used onto a random person. And look, the molten core on the floor just for them to land into. But it's molten core coming up on both sides. This point is so scrappy. Everyone just throwing in all their ultimates. And you get a wonderful hook from Royal Oxygen. This team fight is still growing. No one getting the better of anyone. Zach with a wonderful little swim onto end. My Oxygen, however, gets the better of Granule. Once again, another trade, but look at that! Zach once again getting the better of Enigma. but a Golok with the
Another
whiz
Wizard
onto end.
And
Random
Random
person, however, taking
bringing
out the
up
Golok,
Golok.
taking out a lot of that healing. But Random person with another pickup onto my oxygen. Oh my god!
Oh my god! This is crazy right now. Random person still going. These crazy picks.
This is some crazy plays coming up. A random person. Point A is now going to the side of ETSU. Oh my! They are at 4 minutes almost. And it's now we shall see how Gamecoccyx won't stop them outside point B before that point B has been taken away. More oxygen. Now swapping over to the Sigma while J-Ready now going on his co-edit Hammond player. Making sure that he will show that who is better.
Oh word! Finding let's just say Swoozy. Bermu finding Enigma, the Baptiste with the resurrection as well. Brian with Snoozy, and then the Toad still saying on the paywall gonna get knocked out by Oxygen. But random person still here with the shield going in onto the high ground right now with the Torborn. I can't breathe.
J-Ready, however, getting the better of Swung. So once again, a lot of trades happening. And there's the Justice, but doesn't get any wonderful eat from random person.
Oh,
and
the
wow!
From Zach.
So my Oxygen, sorry. Great eat from my Oxygen, but Burgo, however, gets the better of Word. Once again, look at all these trades. Zach on this back line trying to get as much damage as possible so that it builds up to these points once again. And look at that Red already with the molting claw. And there it has been unleashed.
On the paywall right now, random person finding J-Weddy, and then Oxygen, Zach, and Bermu. Oh, another one!
Look at that, another one!
With the punches onto Enigma. Word finding Spunk.
And he flips onto Person. But Zach getting a bit of my Oxygen once again. Look at all moving in, and finally the team fight going. Is the team fight going in that way? It's not, because Wormholes on this high ground, pummeling a lot of damage onto them. However, Enigma getting the better of Wormhole after Golok uses his ultimate just to get those blaster kills in there. Wow. Once again, a great team fight win for the side of Gamecoccyx.
Gamecoccyx and ETSU.
Hello? Hello, my question? Are you okay?
I'm trying. There's the window from the Baptiste onto the payload. Gonna have to swing the bombs right there off of the payload. Gonna get one onto Ed Spunk with the turret, finding Enigma J-Weddy onto Burmy with the McQueen. Going down, but the resurrection coming in from Brian onto Bermu. Random person finding two.
And the molten claw coming out from the side of White Coaster, getting while J-Ready gets another. And now it's just J-Ready trying to pick up props Brian. Will he get him? I don't know. And it's just this team fight win. It's Mercy versus the Brawl. Who is going to win out? Let us find out. And look at that, the Mercy flies away. It is a draw. That is unfortunate. I wanted to see a fight win. And look at that. The side of ETSU trying to go around this back. Trying to get them from there. And look at the turret. It's just wasted. Not even going up.
And then the most important
and Bravo with 2 on. Oh my word, Bravo 3,
4.
The flying. Bravo on a 12. And it's going to be overtime for ETSU. Is there any chance for them to come back and win one more fight? Maybe, maybe not. But Spark with the great on to J-Weddy. My Oxygen, however, getting that right press and getting through. And that just might be is drawn. However, Red Carnage is getting Splunk, and this fight is still going. Red Carnage over 2. However, Brock 1 getting this range onto Splunk. And Red person, however, says no, this fight should be over by now. Why is it still going on? Please, please end. We want this Splunk with the overtime and everything. Great team.
We make it to that area. The payload barely making it. Random person still finding oxygen.
Wow, random person making sure no one gets away. Splunk also getting the better of Garlic. And they're just now Splunk camping them. They're not even moving. Rebel gets a little in.
Spawn. Oh. Please have some mercy.
Now it's just down to 60 seconds. Maybe about 2 team fights. JYD, however, stalling the squad as much as possible. And bad them wines! Oh my, but the shield immediately coming in and getting the better of front one. That's the res gone. And those are some great finds. However, Jack on the back line putting those mines down so that no one come out. And there's the multi coming down. Oh my word. Both sides now using the multi-claw. Can't do anything. However, this fight is going in the way of Gamecoccyx, and we are down to the last 30 seconds. This is the last 20.
Just breathe.
Someone has to touch. This match is over. Who is going to be the one to touch? Random person coming in with that touch. And there it is! Is this the Sig 9? Will it be the Swing 9? It is not the Swing 9. Jack gets that touch. And Red Corners are getting the better Red Press. However, falls by once again with the West. And there's the Nano. Going to be such an annoyance to deal with.
Oh, the Valkyries from the Mercies. Oh, Edge with the Deadeye. Getting the window. Jay-Weddy finding
that is Grave. Grave set match. Gamecoccyx wins this match. Proving they will survive another day. Wonderful gameplay from the side of Gamecoccyx coming back into this match, making it 2-1. But remember, it's the best of 5. So as long as the side of ETSU wins one more, they will go away as the winners of this match. So Gamecoccyx has to win one more game before this match can actually go into a final.
And a very nice play of the game to wrap up this woo game. Holy cow, you are amazing, man. Oh my god, I was having such a hard time. Your woo is too good.
It's too powerful. It's too powerful for
too godlike.
You cannot comprehend my woo.
I could not. Oh lord, that was great. I hope you enjoyed
May you
that
all
chat.
face my web with my
Your
woo
web.
voice. Oh my god. That was a great match. Wait, I cannot turn to you. Woo off. What's going on? Wait. Hold on a minute. Okay, I'm back.
Drink some water.
I need some water.
Breathe, drink some
Jesus
water.
Christ. Jesus Christ. I need some water or go dry. Oh my word. I'm drying. I'm drying, please.
Oh man.
No.
Okay, well that was a match. Oh my lord.
Looking back on this match. Looking back on this match. We saw a lot of wonderful tourbillon play, and it came down to the compositions of both teams not actually playing into each other as well as we thought it would go. Once again, a very close match, giving us the excitement
that does come with games such as these, and showing us just exactly how such wonderful Overwatch being played by both sides can just show how great Overwatch can be. And it looks like the teams are going to try and discuss for another Torb being lock on Hanamura Winter.
Yeah, the Torb was a meme pick, but it was like the Torbjorns ended up being like deciding.
Influential.
Yeah, like Spunk on that Torbjorn was absolutely insane. You know, sometimes I was trying to find a way to say certain things in a woo, but oh my god, like the Torb turrets. And then they would pop the molten cores at like the same times, and it was just absolute insanity going into those team fights and getting those turrets set up on the payload, getting a little bit of pirate ships going on there. But that was great. That was perfect. My face hurts now, so thank you for that. And harsh.
the
You
all the
broke
build
me.
up from both teams.
I'm officially
being almost-
broken. You did it. I
This
didn't think
is
it
a
would happen
serious
this early,
tournament.
but it did.
This is a serious tournament for charity. You stop that. But yeah, the Torbjorns building their ultimates at almost a very similar speeds. So more than how they used their ultimates, it came down to what their teams around them did with the ultimates being used. Because they were being used at the exact same time. How is this placements being used? And while the side of Spock preferring to just throw it onto the enemy, what the other team tried to do was actually just place it all over the card so that no one can actually touch it, which was very smart from the side of Gamecoccyx.
Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Last round, I was barely keeping up with
Well, why would you do that?
Oh man,
You made me quest a whole twig.
between your voice and the Torbjorns, I was having such a hard time. Oh my god.
This is bullcrap. Can't be doing this to me.
You're the real MVP.
I want compensation.
You're the real MVP of this game.
I want compensation.
Compensation. Oh man.
However, we are going to Hanamura. This is, again, one of the better 2CP maps, providing for a lot of different engages from different angles. And we will be seeing the Symmetra coming out on the side of ETSU to get them to that point much quicker. And we've seen how influential Symmetra can be to metas such as these. Just getting them to point and getting them stabilized over there. So it just comes down to how Gamecoccyx counters this Symmetra pick and counters them immediately rushing to point.
Yeah, they are going to have to be able to make their way in before they can completely make that Symmetra viable. But, you know, like you said, if they are... Oh, there's the teleport right there onto the top of the roof. Going in from the side here, it looks like they're not going to have a problem establishing right now. Spunk already trying to get those turrets through there, but ENT! And finding Snoozy as well as Spunk. And then Oxygen getting in there and finding Brian. An amazing job shutting that push down, taking out Spunk before they can establish those turrets in there. Absolutely amazing job from NT is still going in, finding Burmio as well, and then letting the rest of the team push in there. That was a nice teleporter, but unfortunately for the side of ETSU, Ent was just already expecting it. Ent was like already in their mind. He was 5 steps ahead.
Exactly, and this just comes down to how double shield works. They just work with like point control, with poking. It's a very sustainable comp. Double shield is. So even if you do teleport into point, it just comes down to getting those pickups ultimately, because you cannot catch this composition off guard because of the amount of sustainability they have. And now it seems they have switched to this dive composition.
Yeah,
they just want to get in there and get as much damage as possible.
Oh, Burmio with early pick on the end. Oh, but there's the resurrection from Agala. But Burmio still going in, finding Agala right back. Jay ready is going to catch Spock, and then Burmio still going in, getting Enigma. Ent striking back though, finding that support, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough, as Random Person is on quite the tear right now with this Diva finding 3. And it looks like ETSU is going to get the opening they need, and they are going to capture this first point. Very nice job there from ETSU.
Exactly, and once again, an incredible plays coming up from Random Person, showing that they aren't only like a Zarya player, but a very good Diva player. getting those 3 important pickoffs, finishing those kills for their team, and securing that point for them. However, look at that. Sponk is now on this Genji, and here comes the tire. Burbu going very low. And that tire is still going. It's still going. And it gets nobody. Zach, however, getting very low thanks to that tire.
I was wondering where that tire was going. It just drove away. I thought it drove off the map there for a second. I lost sight of it.
Yeah, and look at that. Again, look at how stable this double shield composition is. Everyone's just on this high ground. They just want to keep it. And you don't even have to compete for this high ground. Look at that giant immediately into them. But the bubble being missed, and there's the gravitic flux getting almost nobody. However, Burbu now with this Wiser point is now getting kicked down. Burbu with 3. And that's 1/3 of it gone. And Jared now back on this Hammond, trying to stall as much as possible. And now it's just everyone turning to these stall heroes. That's part. That's 2/3. And there's the bomb catching out Virtue. And that should be it. My Oxygen trying to get random person. They're still trying to keep it in the fight. However, Spunk with the Dragon Blade getting a lot of picks. 3 in fact. And Spunk finally finishing off with My Oxygen.
Jay Reddy was right off on the side. He wasn't able to make it back in. Oh my gosh, that was some amazing plays there from ETSU. Unfortunately, Jay Reddy wasn't able to get in there with a Hammond, but ETSU with those ults just back to back to back, consistently denying them entry into the point. That was absolutely amazing plays there coming in from ETSU. And I think Spunk, coming out with that Dragon Blade was definitely helpful, and just getting rid of those squishy characters. Jay Reddy was still left with the tank on that Hammond, but the rest of the team was able to get in there thanks to those picks and take him, or at least knock him back, just stop him from doing his swings. But wow, that was quick. That was a fast round.
That was indeed, and that again just comes down to how, the team just coordinates and comes together, taking down Jay Reddy, making sure this Hammond does not get any playtime. In fact, the poor Jay Reddy barely getting to do anything that entire. So now it just they can start. If you ask them to lesser than a minute time bank, it's gonna go to a draw. So this is looking to be in the favor of ETSU. However, we should not be underestimating the side of Gamecoccyx, as they've pulled out some magical moments on times just like these.
Oh yeah, for sure. And like we were saying earlier, this is a best of 3, and ETSU is currently up 2-1. So if they can take this map, they can win the series. But Gamecoccyx doesn't seem like they're going to be willing to give up that easily. And we are having a little bit more of a fight at this arch. Ooh, a nice hook there! Coming in, unfortunately not able to pick anything up. A nice save there with the Immortality Field from Brian. But Burmu is able to find a Gala and force him to back up just a little bit. Oh, Burmu getting a little bit out of position there, though, unfortunately.
Absolutely. And now these spawns, once again, so far back for Burmu to come back. However, he does have the legs on it. He is going to come back swift as can be. And this is Gamecoccyx's chance to push it, and they're doing exactly that. Slowly pushing their way. Slowly taking more and more space from the side of ETSU and Workhorse. Taking off random person. Both the lamps have been exchanged. My Oxygen taking down Zach. Those are the tanks gone. And this should be point A locked down, setting an even faster time bank.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I don't think ETSU is going to be able to make it 5 minutes and 40 seconds to capture this. Definitely plenty of time to work with, and they do have to match them. And if they do match, it'll just take us into another round, and we get to see more Overwatch. So, if they do cap, it looks like they're going to just roll right through, though, right through the center. Not even trying to go for any high ground, tossing out the windows, trying to do some damage early, and there's the Graphitic Flux coming in, as well as the Bob. Both Bobs actually coming out, the battle of the Bobs right now. Spunk and Ent both finding picks with their respective Bobs. Spunk finding one more, though, onto Ent. But it looks like we're having some pretty even trades right now. Burmu kind of trying to hold this high ground up here, having a little fight with Oxygen, but it looks like Oxygen is going to come out on top of that one, and Gamecocks are going to be forced back.
Yeah, and it looked like at the start that it was going in the way of Gamecocks. However, the bomb placement from Bonk providing that critical amount of damage and just stalling out the side of Gamecocks, making them lose players one by one. And some great plays from both DPS, and there's the Dragon Strike. And what a wonderful land placement from Probs Brian, saving his entire team from that Dragon Strike. However, J Ready does take down random person. Burmu, however, taking down J Ready.
Burmu, though.
And look at that, they're still making their way to point. They did not care, and at this point, ticks slowly.
Ooh, the hook on the Spunk! Oh my gosh! Spunk is shot in the air, and Word just hooked him right out of the air. He's gonna take the tumble there onto that low ground, though. And they are still kind of being forced to regroup here. Gamecocks are. Word is just going in, though. Oh my gosh, finding Ryan!
Hook on the Probs. Giving credit, however, to a random person for that wonderful ultimate shutdown, but Word with another wonderful hook. This man's hook accuracy, we need to take a look at it. A great sleep, but this point is now ticking slowly yet surely.
Oh, nearly to two. There's two.
Almost
there. Someone contest.
Probs right barely getting in. And there's the res. And wow, that's a wonderful little biotic grenade. However, it's a little too late. And look at that, the picks just fully coming in.
Gosh, there we go. And it looks like Gamecocks are gonna force another round. They were just 4 seconds short of ETSU. That is how close these teams are right now. Gamecocks have 2 minutes left in the bank, and ETSU 2 minutes and 4 seconds. You know, we're gonna see if those 4 seconds end up being
4 seconds
critical.
may not matter at all.
The decider of the match, those 4 seconds.
The 4 second decider. But you're absolutely right. It just comes down to now, can the side of Gamecocks win out in the end, as they will be the ones on the attack. And look at that, they're going on this dive composition, ready to pounce at their prey. We've seen how good their dive is. We've seen how well executed they are when they come in and pincer their enemies. So this could be very fast and very quick if it goes the way of Gamecocks, because that's the speed they like playing at. They want to keep the tempo as fast as possible so that it favors them.
Absolutely, and you know, I am looking at some of these picks, and you know, like you said, getting in there quickly, getting this dive ready. You know, they got the Winston, they got the Hammond, and they're just ready. It looks like they're just ready to push in there, but I am Enigma on the Zenyatta is something that I'm curious to see how they're going to make that work right here. You know, they've got some people that can pick off some of those squishies, and then Spont going to be on this May, hopefully doing some entry denial once you get to this first point. But it looks like someone is already contesting J Ready, just going right on.
And look at that, another brilliant wall splitting up the team. J Ready getting very low with that biotic grenade once again. And look at that, the dive coming in. It's extremely chaotic from here and there, and they're just trying to corner the side of End with 2. However, Burmu takes down End, trying to keep them in the fight still. J Ready still spinning around and cornering them into this little corner. J Ready with another pick up onto Zack and a brilliant rest from Agala. And this map point A just might be theirs. It's only Burmu left on point, and he gets taken down almost immediately by Ed with a wonderful little melee kill onto him. And look at that, within a minute, they capture point A. This could be extremely quick. They have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. That's about 3 team fights, if give or take, depending on how fast it goes. So they need to move quickly.
God, Ent is just putting out so much damage right now. And then, yeah, we saw the pinch there coming in from Word and from J Ready. Just pinching Zack in that corner, and they were able to take advantage of that. Just get on either side of that shield. But it looks like J Ready is already coming in here trying to cause some havoc. Gonna run into Snoozy in the backline, though. Still trying to get out here, knocking out that Torb turret before it can do too much damage.
And there's the Transcendence. Take it out, and the shatter. Nobody. J Ready, the only person on the ground, and gets taken away from random person.
And look at the amount of damage Enigma is putting out. Word Connoisseur getting the better of Zac, and there's the Visor. And absolutely wonderful play from both sides. Bermio trying to get the better of both.
On this soldier.
30 seconds left. Maybe one more fight for Gamecocks to come back and actually get something out of point B. Even if they get 1/3 of that pick, that's all they need.
Man, this is just absolutely insane. You know, Bermio is ready with that Visor. He's been on fire with the soldier, but J-Ready is just coming in here, dropping the bombs right there. And there is the Visor coming in from Bermio, getting that early pick onto End. That's going to be critical, and Oxygen. And Zac finding Enigma. No picks yet for Gamecocks. And there's the grab coming in, just securing that, as well as the Molten Core from Spunk. Just for the flair, just for a little bit of pizzazz right there at the end. But ETSU making a nice hold there, not letting Gamecocks get any ticks on that second point, but they were able to capture that first objective. Gamecocks were, so that was a very impressive first push, I will say. With the time they had, able to take that in about a minute, that was very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. And now 2 minutes and 4 seconds for the side of ETSU, sorry, and they have to make it work. If they lose out, then they're going to a final map 5 control point. And both these teams very good on these control points, going back and forth between who exactly is better at them. And look at that, once again, ETSU preferring to go with this dive composition with random person on this D.Va, and Probs Brian on this Moira, just trying to get in there and do as much as possible. And Bermio taking up the mantle of the Widowmaker. And this is
going to see how that works on attack, especially on this first area, especially considering the Oxygen is going to be running. Oh, they have. Oh, this is interesting.
This is cheese. This is cheese at their finest.
Oh,
they just
my God.
as much stall as possible. They want to stay and point. They're going to have turrets to slow people down. They're going to have double shield. They're going to have a turret. They're going to have an ammo field. They're going to have a brig pumping out these armor packs and providing for these stuff. The amount of CC and the amount of stall and the amount of sustainability on this site is insane.
Yeah, Bermio with this Widowmaker on attack might not be able to do as much damage as maybe they were hoping, just considering the composition that they have on the side of the Gamecocks. But hopefully they can get in here and maybe get an early pick. Spunk is going to be running that Sombra, though. Hopefully can come up from behind. Maybe get a little cheeky pick on this turret, take that out before it can do any damage and they can push in. But it looks like we're already going for a dive, right? Oh, yeah, there we go. Spunk taking out End's turret. And we are getting a little bit of a dive here from Zac in the back with this Winston, just trying to get everybody's attention to let the rest of the team
getting very low, however, gets taken out by Word. And that's the start of the downfall. Is this it? And taking down Bermio with his little gun. And look at that random person and Probs Brian still trying to stick to this point, make something as much as possible, but it just feels like they're stalling them out, trying to get as many picks as possible. Now it's just down to this D.Va, almost on low health, but my Oxygen getting the better of Spunk. And this D.Va, once again, getting very low. Zac also getting very low. Bermio, however, comes back on this soldier, providing a little more damage. And props to random person for sticking it out for so long in there. And there's the Molten Core. And also the window. A wonderful little bionic grenade, however, getting nobody. J-Ready gets the better of Probs Brian. And this is going from bad to worse for ETSU. We are down to the last 30 seconds. They have to be coming back at this point quickly. It's now down to last fight territory.
Extremely close there, and I was really hoping Zac was building up that primal rage, and I think he was planning on getting it just a little bit sooner. You know, that nano came in a bit early from Snoozy, kind of off to the side, and really didn't get to make anything of it. But Zac is ready with that primal rage, potentially going to be able to stall just a little bit here. But there's a lot of ultimates coming out from the side of Gamecocks. J-Ready already finding Zac, and there's a little bit too late of an EMP there coming in from Spunk, not able to get much follow-up. And it looks like Gamecocks are going to stop ETSU and bring this up 2-2. Forcing us into another map. Winner takes all.
This match is turning out to be exactly how we wanted it to be.
Oh my God.
The number of plays, the amount of excellence shown by both these teams. is
Finesse,
quite something.
the
It's quite
technical
tragic.
ability.
I'm glad
Mwah.
to be costing this match, and I
Chef's
cannot
kiss.
wait for this final map to go through.
Oh my gosh, yeah, no. You know, we've been saying the whole time how matched these teams are. And you know, you wouldn't believe, you know, the track record from these teams. You know, just yesterday, Gamecocks got wiped, you know, 3-0 by ETSU, and then last game, Gamecocks were able to beat ETSU, and now we're coming in, and this is the tiebreaker. And what a tiebreaker it is, really bringing it up 2-2. And like I said, making this next map winner takes all. Oh my gosh, I don't even know what map we're going to next. This is gonna be crazy. I'm not ready for this.
Watch it be Oasis. I swear to God, it's always Oasis. It's always Oasis.
It just needs to be like Paris or Horizon Lunar Colony.
Someone gives like $500 so that we can get
I know.
Horizon Lunar Colony as the decider for this final match.
Just make them suffer as we had to suffer during the woo.
Who said I suffered?
I think I was actually the only one suffering there, but you know what? Shut up.
Yeah, that was rude. But yeah, we will be going into a 5-minute break. We will be right back in 5 minutes. So until then, be sure to support Make-A-Wish, the Make-A-Wish Foundation. They do some absolutely wonderful work for kids and getting them what they want, making their wishes come true. That's their whole job.
And we
So,
did get a donation from Zorn Bread during that game, $20. Thank you so much for your donation. And you know, like Adarsh is saying, throw in some money for Make-A-Wish. Amazing cause, any small amount counts.
Absolutely, whether it be $5, $10, or whatever amount, 50 cents, we will take it. We will take anything, and because in the end, this whole tournament, all these teams are just playing not for glory, but because they want to have some fun. That's the entirety of this tournament. Even though it's shaping up to be this intense,
I know. This is a very intense charity tournament.
intense for no reason. But yeah, this is in fact a charity tournament. All these teams are playing here out of the goodness of their heart to just compete and have a good time. So hopefully you guys are having a good time too. And with that, we'll be back up to this 5-minute break.
should have said that before I jumped in. But hey, guys, we're back. We're about ready to get into this final map. And Ed Harsh kind of ate his own words before we got in here. He's like, watch it be Oasis. And then it is Oasis, our final map. The decider of this game. The winner of the finals of this bracket. And I'm excited to see what happens. You know, this has been a very exciting series. 2-2, 3 best of 5. Winner takes all. And so both teams are going to have to give it their all coming into this next round.
Yeah, you're right. And Oasis is also a very dynamic map. We always have seen how different varying the Oasis control maps are compared to most other maps. In fact, even taking into consideration Lijiang, it's a lot more varying. So you could run a lot more comps on this map. So I'm looking forward to seeing what both teams bring out on here, and it's shaping up to be a very exciting finale, as they say. The underdogs David with Gamecoccyx versus the Goliath of ETSU. Who will come out on top in the end?
Absolutely, and you know, Gamecoccyx getting sent to that redemption bracket yesterday, but they just bounced right back. You know, I'm impressed with their determination to stay alive in this tournament, and they are really giving us a show. So definitely, you know, show both Gamecoccyx and ETSU some love in the chat. Whoever you guys are supporting, you know, cheer them on. But both teams, you know, like we were saying earlier, both teams are just here to raise money for Make-A-Wish. It's all for a great cause. This is a charity tournament after all. So we do want to support both teams and thank them both and everybody on there, the people playing right now as well as the substitutes, for coming out and participating in this.
Yeah, and one more thing. This is a final match comparing to these two teams, and the amount of mental strength coming in from Zach. This could, not from Zach, from the side of Gamecoccyx. This could just be the reverse sweep of dreams for Gamecoccyx. And this dream will start with a brawl in the hallway. And random person going down to only 2 bars of health, and Word
with the
pick off onto the tanks. And that should be the first fight. A wonderful little engage from the side of Gamecoccyx, getting this final map in their favor.
And we are seeing that Ryan Zarya coming in from both teams right now, trying to stick to a more standard composition. I think this is one of the first times where we haven't seen like a Hammond or a Winston. But also we are already going to get into another team fight here. Some of them trying to sneak around the side right now. Zach getting a little anxious right now, almost getting that sleep right there from a
and a wonderful wall splitting up J-Ready from the rest of his team, but they get back together almost immediately. And look at the ult charge from N already at 100% Word with another double kill onto the tanks.
Green
and a triple onto Verbo. These DPS players have just turned it up. They just want this map to end right here, right now.
They are ready to be done with this. They're like, we're ready, just end it right now.
And Spock also throwing in the blizzard but dying while throwing it, so it's not even going through. The poor man.
That was kind of odd, just because there was really no one there to kind of follow up on that. That was a little off, but Spock is gonna make the switch to that Genji. And speaking of not having a Hammond, there's a Hammond right there. Zach swinging in right on top of J-Ready, trying to pressure him on that Reinhardt a little bit and just cause some general chaos in the back line right there. And Ent is still going to find Spock with that McCree, and then there's the grab as well.
And there's the Dragon Strike, and also the Shatter.
It's absolutely relentless
ultimate used from the side of Gamecoccyx. This is absolute class performance from them. This is final fight territory, in fact. Sponk is only at 20% with his Genji. However, the Nano Boost is available to go on to maybe props Brian. Maybe its Coalescence can be damage boosted. And this is now down to final fight territory for the side of ETSU. And already Zach goes down, and so does Sponk. Ian Edwin Cool getting the headshot onto a random person. And this is it. This should be the fight.
Oh, the sleep onto Brian. I think that's going to end things. And it, oh no! He wasn't able to make it in there. Zach nearly there. But Gamecocks able to hold that strong the entire time. They, you know, I was sitting there watching, I was waiting for the flip from ETSU, but Gamecocks just absolutely held strong right there and made it all the way to 100 with little to no, you know, room to contest from ETSU. Gamecocks are looking to end this right here, right now.
Absolutely, and this also comes down to how well they got those first pickoffs onto those tanks. And it's always weird providing for those first pickoffs, especially in those first 3 team fights. If it weren't for those strong pickoffs onto both those tanks, that map may have gone a very different way. But coming back into this, it looks like the side of Gamecocks are once again going back to their tried and true dive composition, except My Oxygen is going on to this Diva, who we know she's very good at.
Oh yeah.
So let's see, it's a dive from both sides, and J-Ready gets the move on a random person!
Oh my
God!
god!
Word, what a start! Props Brian, however, getting this res onto Burview, but Gamecocks are mad! They're enraged! They want this to end!
They are just absolutely done with this right now. They're like, it's late, I'm ready to go. Let's end this really quick. They are just, oh my gosh, just absolutely asserting their dominance on this map right now with this composition, and I just don't think ETSU knows how to attack them right now.
Yeah, they've turned it up to 150 with Enigma on this high ground, just pummeling them with damage, and J-Ready now blocking the entrance. And the melee kill onto Burview, already stalling them out. Now they don't have someone to harass the backlines, and they have no way of entering. Both sides have been on lock with the mines or with something else. And this is going insane. Ed with another pick up on the front. Right, there's no more res now. And now it just comes on to just colliding onto them.
Oh,
and there's the bomb from My Oxygen. Doesn't get it.
4! Oxygen! They're already dead! Stop!
World-class performance from My Oxygen. No mercy from this man. That was egregious. That should not have come out. That should not have happened. But this was supposed to be a final of epic proportions, but it's just turning out to be kind of a... If ETSU doesn't get back on this point, they're just gonna keep getting stalled out. However, look at that. Here comes the Nano Blade. It gets through.
Oh no.
It's straight. He's looking for more. And he gets straight. And that should be the fight.
If Gamecocks somehow turn this around, I will be so impressed. Agala is able to get the res on the poor Enigma with the Zenyatta. Just getting responded instantly, getting taken out by Spunk. But there is the flip coming in for ETSU. Finally able to take this point. 92% capture progress, though, on the side of Gamecocks. If Gamecocks are able to flip this again, then I think that might be it. But they are. ETSU is ready with the grab.
However, look at that. It's the grab into the pulse bomb. Another very crucial combination, and it gets a Garlic. A brilliant little pickoff, and there's the mines. Stopping them from doing anything, but Zach gets that pickoff onto Enigma. That's the Trance cut down. And now he has built up his primal rage and is ready to go hog wild. Spunk also coming up on another blade. Random person getting through.
Going in now with the Zarya. Building up that charge, getting ready for this grab play that is surely to come soon. Zach is also ready with that Primal Rage, and it looks like Spunk is already almost ready with another Dragon Blade on the Genji.
Absolutely, but this time he won't be having a nano on him, as Snoozy is only at 40%. But look at that, the Trance is out to counter all 3 of those ultimates, in fact. So this has to be extremely well
there it
is! Getting almost nobody, maybe to bait out that Transcendent so they can go in with the grab, and that's exactly what happened. Getting those 4 kills, even though Ed gets that 1 pickoff, it's a little too late, as even though Biox is getting that pickoff on a random person though.
The baby Diva is still fighting right now.
Burview, the poor man, taking him out as he gets his suit back.
Now, that was a very unfortunate Transcendence there from Enigma. Enigma popped that Transcendence during the Blade, but then the grab came out immediately after. And unfortunately, they just didn't have that healing. But we already have the Nano coming in, though. And there's another bomb from Oxygen. Not able to find anything, though. Spunk and Zach both finding 2 picks. Are they turning this around? Is ETSU actually turning this around right now? It looks like they are. Random person and Spunk going in, finding 2 picks. And with the Valkyrie, they are just sealing the deal right now and trying to get in there, but just not quite. And there's one more Dragon Blade just for funsies. And oh my god, ETSU actually able to turn that around, and once again it is a winner takes all. Whoever wins this next round will win the finals of this bracket. How is
this
it
is
close
shaping
again?
out to be that close.
Oh my
we all expected it, but we didn't think it'd be this close.
We were ready
one for one, the final map.
domination. Oh my lord.
This is looking to be extremely exciting. This match is gonna be etched into the back of my mind for a long time. And props to both these teams for playing absolutely out of their minds. And let this final map come to its conclusion. Let us see who deserves to walk away from this upper bracket as the champions.
Oh my god, everybody going onto the jump pad right now. Having a fight right here. Someone is going to be taking a nap there. Looks like Zach taking a little nap there at the jump pad. But able to find 2.
And so does Word get those pickups onto that mech and finally finish on random person. And once again, this point is going to the side of Gamecoccyx. And as we know, it is very hard to attack this point. Once you get a hold of this point, it's very hard to take it back. So I am looking forward to seeing how exactly this side of ETSU comes back and actually flips this point. Zach just committing suicide so he can come back into this point faster
and
actually attack with his team. And look at the and look at the amount of pressure they're just putting on this one choke. They're just sticking to their guns and making sure they don't get out there as fast as possible. And look at that, Zach already trying to take this high ground, maybe trying to go into this background. Already using his shield, however, not gonna have his shield for a couple of seconds. And look at that, there's the pulse bomb! Getting nobody without the stick. But the way Bermu builds that
random person catching
bomb.
first blood onto Ent though. Oxygen striking back with Bermu. 2 trades right now, still going in. Oh, but Brian once again coming in with that res. But it looks like a grab kind of off here on the side of Oxygen!
Oh, my Oxygen gets 3 with the grab! Snoozy, however, getting the better of my Oxygen, and there's the Nano onto J Ready, and this is what I mean. This point is extremely hard to flip over.
Oxygen just popping that grab off to the side. No backup, no nothing. But just like the one-man tank that they are, they just absolutely destroy all 3 of the players caught in the grab. And then there's the bomb coming in from random person and is able to catch Ent. And there's the blade. Oh my god!
The beat coming a little late.
Oh my god! 2 with 1 strike from Spock, and then Bernie finding 3 with the Tracer, and ETSU is able to flip this at 90% exactly.
Once again, a flip at 90%. And now the tables have turned on to Gamecoccyx. They're going to find it extremely hard to come back into this point. However, they will be having the high new. They will be having the grab. Not the grab, sorry, the Dragon Strike. So they will be coming in with a lot of key DPS ultimates just to zone them out and put them to the side, making sure that, they get the zoning ultimates out. Depending on how it is used. Oh, but Zach gets a bit of red, but my Oxygen taken out. Spog. Zach, however, coming back with a goal at these tanks.
Oh my god!
It's 1-1!
Oh, Oxygen's still alive. Gonna be the last one left on the point, though, taking out Brian on the way out. But it looks like ETSU is still gonna hold. That was a pretty close fight, though. I think that definitely wouldn't have gone the way it did, though, unless Snoozy. I saw that huge anti from Snoozy just hanging out here with the Ana, leaving that opportunity for the team to push in. And ETSU has 3 ults ready in the bank, almost ready, with the Primal Rage and the Diva Bomb, though.
Absolutely. And look at that. My oxygen slowly coming up on this grab. Maybe it's waiting for this grab dragon. And it takes the burn through. This may be the start of something. Now they're going on the attack. And oh my word, Zach tries to enter the back line. And then they get the bomb, Zach. That bomb gets nobody. And now Spunk on the back line alone, trying to run away and get away for his life. And there's the nano going on to that. And then, and it's been eaten. The Dragon Strike has been eaten by random person. And the but we're getting random person. This fight is scrappy as all can be. But that point is still ticking. That point is still ticking. And finally, the fit light is coming through.
Oh, they're able to. Oh no! No, the contest from Brian able to get members back. Ent is trying to stop them as they come in, but now the Hammond is in here. Random person taking out Ent and then still spinning, nearly out of health, but still managing to stay alive. Finding another one onto J Ready. And then Word is able to catch Snoozy on the way in, but they were able to stall enough time for some of the members of ETSU to get back. Zach is taking on a lot of damage right now, but there's the blade from Spunk. Oh, a save though, with the sound barrier coming in from Enigma. Oxygen able to come in there and offer some support, but there is still currently some contest going on from
And
ETSU.
finally, this point has been flipped. And this is now down to last fight territory. Can anyone come back and stop this fight? Here comes Zach, trying to cover up his back. He's almost having, but he's doing it. No one can touch the point. Gamecocks come out on top.
Oh my god! Absolutely insane!
Oh, I'm lost for words. GG. ETSU, the reigning champs, taken down twice in a row by Gamecocks. Absolutely wonderful from them.
Holy cow, yeah, I am at a loss right now. And you know, we were talking about that. We were saying with Gamecocks how they had to, you know, they were defeated by ETSU. They went into that redemption bracket, but they came back swinging. They came back today ready to play, and they definitely showed that to us. ETSU has been undefeated throughout this entire series, but Gamecocks they just ignored that, you know? They said, you know, you're just another team, and they came in ready to play. And you know what? You know, Gamecocks did win, but this is, like we've been saying, this is an amazing job from both teams. It was so incredibly close. It's absolutely crazy.
Absolutely. And again, GG's in chat for ETSU. It was a great game overall. Both teams giving it their all. You could not have asked for a better match, even if you tried. Going down to the wire in each and every map. That 90 to 94% is every single time always coming back from the dead. Gamecocks showing what it means to be an underdog and finally winning in the end. And I'm at a loss for words.
That was so great, but you know, I do want to remind everybody in chat, my voice is dead at this point. But I do want to
I haven't eaten lunch. It's been 4 hours. I haven't eaten lunch.
I do want to remind, and we're going to wrap up here soon, but I do want to remind everybody in chat that we are still, this was the finals for this bracket. Coming up next weekend, December 11th, we have all new teams coming in for some brand new matches, a whole new bracket. We're going to be playing until December 20th. So, guys, please come back and stay tuned. We're going to have some games just as exciting as the last. We're going to have FAU. We're going to have another Gamecock team, the Gamecock A team. We're going to have KSU. We got the Full Sail Armada, and we got the SCAD Bees too. So definitely make sure you guys come back and watch these amazing teams play. You know, congratulations and good job to everybody that participated in this bracket. But like we said, definitely come back and watch this new bracket next weekend, December 11th, same time as usual, 1 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be having our first game that Friday. So definitely hop back in. And we did want to give another shout out to the sponsor of this event, Skulls does some amazing stuff, guys. They make some gaming apparel, shirts, jerseys, backpacks, all that fun stuff. Definitely go give them a look. As like I said, they are the amazing sponsor of this event. This event that is, a charity event for Make-A-Wish Georgia. And so we want to thank you guys so much for watching and for dropping in your donations and making us suffer with Uwu casting, and then making the team suffer as well by playing Torbjorn. But it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. So, so thank you guys once again. And I did want to thank Ed Harsh so much for casting this with me. He's done an amazing job, especially with the Uwu. He carried me through that.
Again, I deserve some compensation for that. I feel I did. That was in fact a deadlift throughout that entire thing. I felt like I was losing my voice. I started seeing the light in the end of the tunnel, or the light of the end of molten cores.
I know, the end of the Torbjorn molten cores.
So yeah, once again, thank you all for joining us. Come back next week for our new bracket. And that's just going to be as exciting as these ones. Hopefully, we won't see as many 3-0s. And hopefully, we get to see a lot more closer games than we did in this bracket. So make sure you are staying tuned. Make sure to follow so you know when we go live. And make sure to give a donation to Make-A-Wish as well. And with that, goodbye. We'll see you next week.
Bye, guys.
What?